Hi, folks. Welcome to day 2 of the NFL draft here. We're excited to watch it with you. We're simulcast currently on Film Study and on Huddle It Up Films, both YouTube channels. If you see the comments board over that, we're getting all of those comments on Jason's channel and on mine. We're looking forward to those, to reacting to that. We've got a large group of people who will be rotating through this show tonight. And we may have as many as 10 people on at one time, but we're very excited about that. Some great panelists for you and some great insights. You can see who we're starting with here, some very familiar folks. Yuri, you might want to put up your Twitter handle in your nameplate there if you want to. If you don't want to, that's fine too. But Dan Reese, my co-host on By the Numbers, of course, Jason, with the big board, Huddle It Up Films, and the co-host of this entire thing. Really appreciate you doing this with me this year, Jason. This has been a lot of fun. We're joined by Kevin Ostreicher now from Locked On Ravens. Appreciate having you, Mr. Yuri. Anything you want to plug right now while we're starting out?
The only thing I can plug is the Ravens Way podcast that me and Voster started. It is at Ravens Way Podcast on Twitter and YouTube, and we will be there every Thursday.
All right. And Vasilis Beatdown, we just call him Vas, but appreciate having you on too, Vas. Always appreciate your content and all of the, even you're the one person, even you have a very contrary view of franchise building, and you're willing to ride the roller coaster of tank and then boom. You at least have a very measured way in which you describe it, and you put a stake in the ground. The people who can't be caught on this are a lot more bothersome to me in terms of they can't tell you what they don't want to spend on.
They want it all. They want it all. Well, thanks for having me, guys. Looking forward to a fun draft night here, and hoping that the Ravens can add some pass defenders to the depth chart.
Both pass and edge, or are you looking for an outside corner primarily?
Primarily, first choice would be outside corner, but I wouldn't be upset about an edge at all, or even a down lineman that can rush the passer.
Let's go around the horn. Dan, what's the Ravens' biggest need tonight?
I think it's outside corner or guard.
Jason?
I'm a big fan of the outside corner. Won last night, and to me, that's the biggest need. And I also just wanted to throw in there, I always call Vaz. I don't know what it is, but it's like the big truss. I put the Z's on there. And I could have used old Vaz last night when I was talking about being a little more aggressive in this Lamar window. So I'm glad you're here tonight, Vaz.
Hey, good. I'm glad to be here. Yep.
Kevin, how are you feeling about tonight and what the Ravens are looking for?
I'm corner all the way. I feel like, you look at the room they have right now. Marlon Humphrey's great, but then you kind of go down the list and it's who else is there? So I think if they could get a corner at 86, if one of those guys falls to them, I like the class. I think there could be an option. They could maybe trade up. I don't know what the capital would look like. I'm not up to the 30s. I'm not on that train. I don't think they could make that happen. But if maybe a guy falls in the 60s and the 70s, I don't know. Maybe they could make it work.
All right. How about you, Yuri?
I think the value of corner 86 just probably isn't going to be there. So I'm going to go ahead and go with edge or guard. That'd be my pick.
Okay. And I'm in for corner if anybody is there. Julius Brents probably won't last that long. A lot of the guys won't probably last that long. But I think the surprise pick could potentially be a running back at 86, could also be a guard, could be an edge rusher. Ravens honestly have a lot more needs than the 5 picks they have from my perspective.
Sure do. I also just want to take time and say thank you for joining us over on Huddle It Up Films. Love you guys. Loved all the comments yesterday. I saw all my regulars in there, especially Shrimp Trawler. Thank you so much, Shrimp Trawler, for carrying the crew and really sparking some conversations. The more you guys comment, the more we can bring up, the more we can discuss those points. And plenty of good discussion points tonight, including, Ken, Patrick Queen. What kind of value does he have?
Yeah, fantastic point, because obviously Jack Campbell got way overdrafted in round 1 at number 18. Overdrafted earlier than expected. And we may have seen a return to high valuations of Mike linebackers who can wear the green dot. We definitely saw that in Patrick Queen's year, that there were a bunch drafted in the first round. We saw it with the 2 Devons the year before that, Devin White, Devin Bush, being drafted number 5 and number 10 overall including a big trade up of value for the Steelers to do it. So it'd be nice to think that we're going to get some overdrafts out of the inside linebacker position. That puts the Ravens in a good spot, either to really appreciate the value they have or to trade it and get something for it. Well, let's hear from folks. What do you want to see tonight regarding Patrick Queen, and what would make you happy in terms of a slot or maybe a JJ point value that would make sense? What do you think, Dan?
I would love a third or above. I don't think that anything above that is likely at all. Anything below a third, I think I'd rather just play it out and get the most out of him. I don't know that there's a good chance that people are looking for a third, though. So I think the offer could be around a fourth, and I think that would be a little bit below where I want. So,
yeah, for me, if Patrick Queen plays this year, what him and Roquan had was magic last year. It makes your defense better. The Ravens obviously are in a really good position to compete with any other team in the AFC at this point, even though, of course, we need some depth at cornerback. But Patrick Queen plays his deal out, and he's able to stay healthy, which is a big part of it. You're going to get a pick back in 2025, I believe it would be. That would be in the late 90s, a third-round comp pick. So, for me, if we can get a pick within that 90s range, that would be great. As it goes over pick 100, I think I'm be less keen on trading Patrick Queen and would just like to see us ride it out, go for it this year. But, the one thing you can't count on is players staying healthy. So if he's a weak side linebacker, if he doesn't play like he played like great last year, or if he gets hurt, I think people assuming that we're automatically going to get a third round comp for him is foolish, because things can happen. So if you can get a pick in the 90s today and get yourself an outside cornerback that can start year one, I'd be excited about it. And I've also surmised that Patrick Queen himself may want to go somewhere where he can have the green dot, where he can answer those questions. Why'd they have to bring Roquan in? Why'd they have to keep bringing Josh Bynes back, and answer those questions before he enters negotiations? So does Patrick Queen even want to stay this year is a big question for me.
Yeah, I think I saw a blogger for an Indianapolis website recommend trading their late third round pick for Queen. And that, I agree with Jason, that's about the range that I'll be looking for. I think there is pretty good quality to be had in that, especially probably in around 70 to 85, that portion of the draft. And I agree, side with Ken. I don't want to be a committed nickel team necessarily. So I think there's a little bit of hidden silver lining there, where you potentially have the ability to play more dime defense and reset the clock with a more premium position player in exchange for Queen.
Yeah, great point. Yuri, why don't we go to Alec, since you're just joining us? The thing is, Patrick Queen, what's your minimum valuation for him if you're going to trade him tonight?
Oh, minimum? To me, it's like kind of how the board falls, right? I'd probably say middle to end of third, most likely, based on how I'm guessing things will go.
Okay, Yuri, you're up.
I would say a third as well. I'm not I don't think if you get anything lower than that, you'd take it. I think Patrick Queen is more valuable to you than a fourth round pick is this year.
Kevin?
Yeah, I agree. I think a third. Yeah, I think you're losing value if you start going beyond that range. And I know there's also been, could they package Queen in 86 to move up if there's a corner like a Brents that falls? I think Queen, is probably your most valuable player trade chip. I know there's been rumblings around Devin Duvernay. Should you trade him? Should you not? But I think Queen in 86 could move you up, but it's just a matter of, what's their pick after 86? 124, right around there. So, I think you're waiting either way, but if there's a corner like a Brent's available that somehow slides, or Tyreek Stevenson somehow slides, I wouldn't be mad at Baltimore if they were to move up with Queen in 86 and get that guy, because I think it is such a need for them.
Yeah, it's interesting. We had this discussion last night, but I think there's a good chance that Marcus Peters will be back now. Much better chance. Lamar move, cleared a little bit of cap. They really need to spend that cap at outside corner, not somewhere else on the offense. So I think that would make a lot of sense if they could get Peters for 1 year, maybe two, on a new deal there. I think he's still got something left in the tank. I still like him as an outside corner. We had one listener also saying that the Ravens need a slot corner as well, and I want to bring that question up here. Oh, darn it. Okay, well, maybe this is it. Yeah, a slot corner potentially to keep Hamilton from being shoehorned into the nickel role. I guess I don't really look at it that same way, and I'd like to hear from some other folks here. But is that too much of a position to put Hamilton in? He's certainly excelled in his first year in that nickel role.
Yeah, for me, definitely. I would be happy to add a slot corner. I kind of part from Ken on that because I want Hamilton to be freed up, and Geno Stone is not burning a hole in my pocket as far as getting playing time in the regular packages. I like having Geno Ken as the backup to both Hamilton and Marcus Williams in a league where there's going to be an injury. So I have a feeling Geno Stone's going to find his way on the field, even if he's not in the initial starting packages. So I look at Travius Hodges-Tomlinson. I look at Clark Phillips II, two high-level cornerbacks. They do it a different way. Clark Phillips, man, what instincts. That's the kind of ball skills, instincts, plays faster, 5'9" guy. And Travius Hodges-Tomlinson runs a 4.41, and that shows on the field. Very sticky, not only fast, but quick, can stick with those smaller targets. So if you have a smaller slot target that is hurting the Ravens and Hamilton can't stick with them shifty-wise, you can have Hamilton on the field 100% of the time as either strong safety or corner.
I think I side with Ken on this one. I'm not opposed to adding another slot cornerback. I believe Pepe has that role somewhat penciled into that role. I'm not convinced that he's an NFL caliber player quite yet. That being said, the question really becomes, does Hamilton make more of an impact closer to the line of scrimmage? Where is he best deployed? And the other question is positional value, and is a slot-only nickel cornerback worth a third-round pick and worth the opportunity cost of not potentially landing a boundary cornerback that can become a cornerstone player of this roster going forward?
Yeah, good point. We are not there yet. Who are the consolation prize cornerbacks that the Ravens could get maybe in the third or fourth round? Darius Rush, maybe Jacorian Bennett. Who are we looking at in those rounds, Jason?
Well, it's just going to depend because there's such a plethora of them right now. I mean, Joey Porter's still on the boards. You got DJ Turner out of Michigan, Cam Smith, very good players. His stock just kind of dropped. Kaylee Ringo, a lot of people like. And Kevin mentioned Tyreek Stevenson, who I think is really being pushed down the board because of all the depth at corner. And then guys that I have is day 2 pick, day 3 value. Those are your Darius Rush, your Eli Ricks out of Alabama, your Julius Brents, you guys mentioned, the 2 slot corners. And then I'm going to end on 2 guys that I like that I think will be there in the third round. One is Terrell Smith out of Michigan. The other is Corey Trice out of Purdue. Obviously, both Big Ten guys, they do it a different way. Terrell Smith has the speed that you would want from a boundary corner. He's also has the size at 6'1". Little thin. Maybe the NFL will be a little too physical for him, and he struggles at times with bigger receivers. Hint, hint, the Bengals receivers. Corey Trice, big, physical, not nearly as fast. I think his 4.47 isn't indicative of how fast he plays. I think he's more of a 4.5 guy, and that may limit the type of schemes that the Ravens want to play over there. You want to sit him close to the line of scrimmage, let him blow up the bubble screens, but putting him on an island with somebody Jamar Chase is just asking to get burnt on that side. So the Ravens have plenty of options. That's a lot of names, Ken.
I know you know the board pretty well down there. Who are your sleeper corners who could be available in a later round?
That would be Sterling Thomas out of UAB. He was clocked at his.
Okay, hold on a second, Gabe. I think we're getting some feedback from you. Mute yourself for a moment, please. I don't see him as muted right now. Okay, are you muted now, Gabe? Okay, unfortunately that's your we're getting feedback from your line there, so we got to figure out how we can improve that. Sorry, Yuri, go ahead.
Sterling Thomas from UAB is one of the sleepers I have. I think you can get him at 124, and the reason why I like him is because he's fast. He's he is maybe not the biggest corner. He's 5'11", but I think he's really explosive athlete, and I think he can play on the outside in a zone scheme.
All right, outstanding. Still an issue here, Gabe. Sorry. Okay,
So
we keep testing.
Pittsburgh's on the clock. Do they take one of these corners? Of course, so they have the son of Pittsburgh himself, Joey Porter, slipped all the way out of the first round yesterday. Interesting.
Be interesting to see if where Will Levis goes to. That's obviously one of the big storylines here. Yeah. Have they shown him on screen yet as being at the combine again tonight?
No, I don't think he's there. I don't think he's there.
No, he left. He left.
I've heard Rams maybe early in the second, so could be an option.
You know, I'd like that, Kevin, because I think with Will Levis, it's upstairs where he struggles, and if you put him in like a McVay, Kubiak type scheme, that outside stretch zone that really simplifies things for a quarterback, that I think that he could really break him into the league and eliminate a lot of the mistakes that he makes as a quarterback and just let him use his natural scrambling ability and his arm strength, which is his calling cards. But he obviously rubbed teams the wrong way in those draft interviews. There's no doubt about it. There's a thin line between confidence and cockiness and arrogance. And maybe he just kind of stepped over that line is what I would surmise.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say that was my comparison for him was Matthew Stafford. So him going to the Rams would be perfect. Perfect.
Yeah, I think the question is how long does McVay stay there? I think that's the next part for them.
Yeah, who knows? When he's a young coach, he just signed an extension, right? They're in a precarious position. The Rams. They took the all-in approach too far, much too far. But I'd just like to speak again, circling back to what Jason was saying, the strength of its cornerback class. I think you have a lot of really good options, whether it's players more in the Marlon Humphrey style as a man cornerback. I really like Darius Rush a lot, and then also the Jimmy Smith prototype, who I think you have. Corey Trice is another player who I really think could become an early starter. So those are two guys I like. And also there's still some pretty good edge rushers. This edge class is a little bit been an eye of the beholder class with KC making that pick for Felix. And there's still some other pretty good guys out there. I really do think that with the defense, I think a little bit too much has been made of the defense is still going to be dominant or really good next year. They were 11th best pass defense with DVOA last year, losing Campbell, Houston, and JPP as unrestricted free agents at the moment. That's 40% of their sack production from last year, as well as two starters from the secondary and the slotman they started with last year. So I really think they need to attack pass defenders, hopefully with two of the next three picks.
I think to that point, I've kind of gone back and forth with the whole corner versus wide receiver thing in terms of like who people wanted them to take in the first. Obviously, they went with Flowers, but I feel a lot more confident in the corner class mid-round than I do in the wide receiver class mid-round. To me, where I know, look, Joey Porter Jr., a lot of people wanted him. I thought he would have been great, but I feel confident that one player is either going to be there in the 60s or 70s, or it's going to fall to 86 somehow. And there are some good wideouts you could take at 86 if they went corner at 22. But I think I feel more confident in the mid-round corner class at 86 than I do in the mid-round wide receiver class there. It's interesting. I don't know if people feel the same way, but that's where I am.
We had a little bit of discussion about it last night, whether it would be better to go wide receiver corner or corner wide receiver. And I think there is good reason to think that the wide receiver group maybe has a little bit more of gradation of drop off. And Jason, what's your thought on that with your big board, that you get a little bit steeper drop off at wide receiver than at corner?
I do. My counterpoint to Kevin as the pick comes in here is that you need very strict physical standards to be able to stick a corner. So yeah, it might look deeper, but that's all well and good. The receivers come in all shapes and sizes that can be effective cornerstone.
That's a good point.
All right. Joey Porter Jr. off the board to the Steelers. Kind of a nightmare for Ravens fans to see them get a good outside corner there. Once around, what do you think?
Joey Porter, he's just a great player. I had him as a true first round grade, so I'm disappointed. Number one, that he goes to the Steelers just because I feel really strongly in him. Those Zay Flowers potential Joey Porter matchups in the future will be one to watch. That's for sure. Flowers has him in the quickness, but Porter's everything you want physically from a cornerback, and I think that he'll be a very good pro. So good pick for the Steelers, unfortunately, I think.
Yeah, I like it a lot for them. I mean, he was their pick for everybody at 17. They trade up, get Broderick Jones at 14 at a need at them at offensive line, and then they go and get Porter Jr. with that pick that I still have no idea how it wasn't the Ravens pick that Chicago traded to Pittsburgh and how they traded their own in that deal for Claypool.
Wide receiver evaluation. That's why. And I think just to go back to your initial point, Kevin, I think it's an offensive league, and that's why good offense beats good defense when they're both lined up. I am looking forward to the Zay Porter matchups, and I like the quickness advantage that Zay brings. I think the lack of quickness is why Porter fell, but I do think it's a good pick for Pittsburgh at this point for sure. He was my fourth cornerback.
Porter had definitely had holes for me, and the one college interception is bad. General ball skills not particularly good in terms of finding the football in the air, but it's fair they didn't throw much at him. We talked a little bit about this last night, but last year, really odd. Aiden O'Connell threw at him 14 times in the first game against Purdue, and then 16 times the rest of the season they threw at Joey Porter Jr. Going to be going much faster tonight with 7 minutes per pick and then 5 for the third round. So I hope we can keep up with the comments here.
Love it. Day 2 is one of my favorite days. We had a question about the kid from Northwestern, Cam Mitchell, and why he wasn't on my board. That question is from, where is he? Thy. Again, a little bit up if you scroll. Cam Mitchell, to me, my notes on him, has some plus qualities, mainly as a blitzer from the slot. So I think he would have fit the team from that angle. Love to blitz from the slot when we do blitz. 5'11", 191, short arm guy, 4'47". All that screams slot corner. I do think, he was a plus tackler, but I thought that he was below average athletically. Like, I didn't think he played to a 4.47 speed. I thought he was more of a 4.5s, mid 4.5s guy. And, as far as I think he has a chance to get drafted, but I was pretty choosy on my board and kind of slanted it towards outside corner. So Cameron Mitchell out of Northwestern, somebody I expect to be drafted, but I just didn't see him as a great fit. If they weren't a great slot corner, I kind of left him off the board.
He's got a pretty good missed tackle rate for his career at only 9.6%. There aren't too many cornerbacks who are under 10. And, you make the point about cornerbacks who are big being the guys you want going downhill. I think it's the guys with good instincts. They get there on time before that receiver can do very much with it. And I'm more excited. I think those guys tend to be more undervalued as tacklers. One of the reasons why I really like Forbes so much.
Mitchell was Lance Zierlein's projected pick to the Ravens at 86 this morning for what it's worth. And that was one of the prospects that he was I noticed it was higher than, he was probably about his 10th corner, and I've seen him at 12, 15 on most boards.
Another fair comment here from – I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to jump back to my thoughts on the Steelers a little bit. I think it's a good pick for them, but they were in such a position of value being the first pick of day 2 with Will Levis on the board that – and you're going to see it here as my guess with Tennessee trading with Arizona. It'd be surprising to me, but I guess let's see whether they went Will Levis. But I think that's a huge value that they could that it's good that the Steelers kind of weren't able to take advantage of.
They would have had to drop down to 41 to do that, and then they probably would have lost out on Porter if they'd have tried to trade the Levis pick. They could have gotten value, but who knows?
Yeah.
I was gonna say, I'm very against the idea of a slot only corner. I would prefer someone that can do inside and outside versatility. I just think that it's very like pigeonholing a slot only corner. I just feel like that's you're kind of playing against yourself a little bit. But someone like Tyreek Stevenson, if we could potentially, I think he goes in the early 70s, late 60s. I think that's the perfect inside outside type guy that I'm looking for. And Brents can also do the inside. He played a lot of slot at Kent State.
Yeah, big Tyreek Stevenson guy. Big Tyreek Stevenson guy over here. I think that'd be a phenomenal pick, and I think it is Levis for the Titans, isn't it?
Don't tip the pick, okay? Because
I don't know. I'm asking. I don't know.
Okay, you look at NFL Network. Have that up on your screen, so we're watching all the same thing. Part of this is the organic reaction of seeing us all get pissed off or happy about it at the same time. Yeah.
So the best.
I'd be surprised. I'd be surprised if it's anybody else.
Yeah,
Why else
Could
would
be
you
Hendon
trade up?
Hooker. It has to be a quarterback.
it could be a center.
How's the Mastura over there, Alec?
Sorry, I lost my cursor. I have a really messy setup over here. I haven't had it, I don't think. What is that?
Okay, Will Levis is the guy. So he's off the board at number 33.
So
Definitely.
just give the trade details. It was 33 and 81 for 41, 72, and the third round pick next year. So surprisingly, they didn't overpay that much. It's not, again, obviously dependent how you value the year difference, but relatively even on JJ.
That's with a 50% discount.
That's with a 1 round discount or adjustment. So
1 round. Have you noticed any hurting towards some of the newer trade value? It's still JJ, Dan, pretty much.
Yep.
JJ. They're a stubborn bunch, these NFL execs, aren't they?
Yeah. The only one that wasn't really was the first big one, which was just craziness. It was just so many picks that it's who knows what methodology you used at that point. But yeah, it's been pretty spot on with the biggest variable of how you adjust for 1 year change. But any all 2023 trades have almost been like spot on JJ.
Dan, I was gonna say I feel like that was they were using the Anderson chart for that first trade.
I want to get Gabe Ferguson and Alec in the conversation here. We got a question here about Devin Duvernay and his $4 million in cap space. And in a way, Queen is paid well below cap, and Duvernay is paid well below value. And Devin Duvernay, you could argue above or below. I don't know. But what do you guys think about Duvernay as a potential trade for a late round pick or a cut even?
I think you might be able to get something for him, but I think he's probably worth more to the Ravens than most other teams, just because he's been on the roster a few years. I think the real value with him is in the return game. That's where he's at his best. I think in some ways he's actually better suited now that he has other receivers that can kind of take away the weight of being like a wide receiver 2 or even wide receiver 3. He can be more of a kind of a utility type player. Yep. Kind of what we saw earlier in his career, there's just jet motions, especially with a guy like Flowers now who can kind of play similarly in that kind of role. I think you have some interesting things you can do with Duvernay on the field. But his snaps are definitely going to decrease quite a bit. I think the other thing to think about is definitely the health of the wide receivers. Beckham's had injury history. Obviously Bateman's had injury history. So I'm not sure if you want to get rid of a proven guy at this point. Maybe if you can get a 5th round pick, but I don't think a team's going to give a 5th round pick for Devin Duvernay. I think he's just more valuable to the Ravens. The cap hit is not ideal, but I think you use it. I think you keep him on the team.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think that the value.
We just had a pick come in. I'm sorry, Alec. We'll get right back to you. But tight end Sam Laporta of Iowa is off the board, which to me, surprisingly early for him relative to some of the other tight ends. Mayer is still available, right?
Yeah.
They're all still available, except for Kincaid.
Yeah, all of them.
That's
Mayer,
nuts.
Darnell Washington. Laporta definitely has the skills. I faded tight ends on my board because of the Ravens situation. But he's a do-it-all tight end, and coming from Iowa, I think helps him. with the way they develop players and the way that they've translated well, really at a lot of positions. So interesting choice for Detroit, who had an interesting day one, but maybe they, I'm kind of surprised they passed on Darnell Washington with as physical as they want to be, but Laporta is a great choice for them.
He's my number 4 guy for what that's worth, behind Mayer number 1 and Washington number 3, as well as Kincaid. So that's Alec. I know you were a big Kincaid fan when we did the tight ends together. Where did you have Laporta ranked?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think he was like 6 for me. Maybe he was a little higher. I can pull it up and find out. But yeah, I think it's funny that you bring it up with Laporta and that this happened. I fully anticipated a tight end going here to Detroit. And one of the people I do fancy with thought that they would go with Laporta, and I was like, I just don't see it. There's so many better options. But I think he is a good player. Don't get me wrong, and I think he has a chance to be great in the league. Just I like the traits of Washington so much more.
All right,
and then what was the other question? Oh,
we have
another
we have a trade, just a trade that was made up to number 35 by the Raiders. What are they giving away for this, guys?
Looks like 38 and 141 for 35. Let me type those in.
Makes me think Jalen Hyatt, Ken, is that what you're going to say?
Well, he's certainly one of the top receivers remaining. I love him and be a great pick. But no, I didn't have a specific need for the Raiders picked out.
Yeah, so that's 99% on the JJ chart. So Boz, like you were talking about, that's spot on JJ. Right. You look at Fitzgerald, Spielberger, it's 73%. So
so if you have to move up. If you have
Fitzgerald Spielberger has like no difference between 35 and 38. Like they couldn't care less. So basically you're just getting a free pick. But JJ, there is a big difference, and it basically thinks that the 141st pick is pretty much worthless. So different perspective.
Reminds me of the Haloti Ngata trade.
Yes.
Got some guesses for Hendon Hooker in the comments, which is not a bad idea. Maybe they want to go ahead and get their quarterback right now and are not playing around now that Levis is gone. That's good. And maybe a tight end is run is started, as Christian is bringing up in the comments as well. Maybe they want their guy Darnell Washington or Michael Mayer there to replace Waller.
I'd be okay with the run on tight ends, though I don't think it really matters too much on the timing. They're going to go before the Ravens pick, but sooner might as well.
Yeah, we have a long way to go. We're looking to see what the Ravens' toughest competitors. Hopefully, they don't add players that allow them to match up even better with the Ravens. Really, at this point, once we get about a couple hours from now, we'll start rooting for specific guys to come off the board.
Yeah.
Well, then I don't think we have to worry about the Raiders. So.
Yeah. My first initial guess was Hooker. I don't see them jumping the Rams. My second guess would be Tillman, but go ahead, Jason.
Now I was going to say, Vaz, I'm looking at corners right now. Not even 2 hours from now, if it's not a corner, I got a smile on my face. That's kind of where I'm going. I don't want a big run, bro. Don't want a big run. Let's take them one at a time.
To that point, I don't know. I mean, there's been this big proliferation of the Vic Fangio defense kind of trickling across the league this last year or so. And I'm wondering if that is potentially pushing corners down the board just a bit.
Could be. Looks like we got a pick, Ken.
Okay, Michael Mayer goes off the board right there. So that's good. Run on tight ends is definitely good for the Ravens. Got to be excited about that. Well, of course, the tight end that remains at the top of the board right now, I think, is going to be an offensive tackle conversion. So I really love him for the Ravens. And he also actually doesn't do exactly what the other Ravens tight ends do, which is like to flex.
Yeah, as far as Michael Mayer, good call. Jason Z down there called out the pick. We had it on the screen when it was picked, so that was awesome. As far as Darnell Washington translate into tackle? Maybe, but I don't think you draft him as a tackle. You've never seen him play tackle. Just because he has the measurables doesn't mean that he can move his feet and execute. There's a lot of technique. Sure, you could change it, or teach that. But how long does that take? Is it year 3 before he starts picking it up, becomes an average tackle? So I think that if you draft Darnell Washington, you're drafting him as a tight end. But of course, he might want to play tackle because there's more money there. Who knows? But man, just exciting already. We got trade ups. 2 trade ups already in the second round?
Top 10 picks in the second round are always textbook every year, and teams. That's the most just like vulture picked area of the draft every year, I think.
Hey, you got all night to just drool over a pick you want and just call everybody multiple times. So, yeah.
Day 2, by the way, my favorite in the draft by far. More excited tonight than I was even last night because the picks go faster, and these guys picked tonight, especially in this draft, they're almost as good as prospects as the guys we saw last night. Very thin line between the two. So day 2 and day 3, this is my favorite night of the draft. A lot of players we'll know in the future are going to go, and the time clock goes a little less whatever you want to call flashy.
Using the whole clock. A lot fewer teams use the whole clock because they're not really looking to trade it the same way.
Yeah, Jason, I was saying the same thing today. It's like, yeah, you get like the stars last night and some huge trades and blockbusters, but today you're going to get probably more actual impact players because there's just more picks, and like you said, the line's thin. So I also like day 2 and 3 the most. It's just a real fun one. Wouldn't want to miss it.
I was surprised there weren't any player picks or player trades last night. I think I'd be surprised if we made a whole nother day without any players. I think this is kind of the sweet spot for that as well.
Agreed.
I need to ship Swift somewhere.
Yeah, I was going to say Swift is like the one that's being obvious. He's going to get moved.
Say it again?
DeAndre Swift.
I mean, that's the thing about doing it.
But I don't think he's going to get moved tonight, actually. He'll probably get moved tomorrow because he's worth nothing now. They overplayed their hand.
Who wants to trade for a running back?
Exactly.
Yeah, we were talking about that last night. You got to find somebody that still likes running backs, and you are one of those teams. So
it's just you.
Yeah.
It's a Spider-Man meme.
Yeah, the same problem. That's the same issue with Patrick Queen. It really is. Because some teams just – I mean, this year he's cheap, but Queen's going to be what, about $12 million next year or so if they pick up the 5th year, Dan?
Yeah.
And Vaz, I wanted to pick up on a point you made about the cornerbacks that I think is very relevant to the Ravens. And we saw a real shift from Wink McDonald putting a huge amount of pressure on his corners on an island while he brings the house into Mike McDonald, relying more on a 4-man rush, maybe an occasional blitz, but his cornerbacks had help. They were playing more off coverage. People were complaining he was playing too soft and too much of a prevent type style late in games. So I thought that you brought up a great point that we kind of skipped over, that the corner position is a little bit less important for the Ravens under Mike McDonald than it was under Wink Martindale, because Wink just stresses the heck out of his corners. And
that's not to say that they shouldn't have tremendous corners, because I think it's be even more of a benefit. But I think there is something to that. Well, we'll see. I mean, it could just be the product of McDonald's a good defensive coordinator that molded his scheme to the personnel he had. But it's definitely something worth monitoring. I think it's now you have basically new coordinators on both sides of the ball, and what are the little nuances that they're doing differently than their predecessors?
And one of the interesting things about the cornerback position too, with Marcus Peters, he always played the same position. Always, it was one side of the field, outside. He never moved. I still think there's a chance that Peters comes back. I mean, he's free agent.
Yep.
With Lamar's contract changes, there could be some room to bring him back if they wanted to. But it also gives you some more flexibility in the secondary. You can move Marlon Humphrey around more. You can figure out what you have with some of these second, third year players, Brandon Stevens, Pepe, there's still guys that the Ravens have on the roster at the cornerback position. We didn't really get to see them very much. I mean, we've seen some Stevens, but we didn't get much Jalen Armour-Davis.
We got a pick in. It's Steve Avila, guard from TCU. Jason, tell us all about him.
Yeah, I had him as number 36 on my board. He was I had Skaronski labeled as a guard, so he wasn't my guard number 2. He was my guard number 3. And what I like about Steve Avila, and he's going to the Rams, that's a good fit for him in Sean McVay's offense. I think for a big, squatty type looking guy, people sleep on his movement skills and his ability to block in that outside stretch zone where you're asking your offensive lineman to move laterally. Steve Avila does that very, very well. TCU product, so he's played in some big games over the last 2 years. Very proven. It says on the screen, started 35 out of 46 career games. That shows you how quickly he earned the trust of the coaches down there in TCU. Very solid player. I think that he's scheme versatile. I think he could play in more of a downhill scheme, but I'm glad to see him get his respect from the Rams here as someone who fits on their offensive line as more of a finesse running team, an outside zone running team.
Yeah, I'm a sucker for zone guards. So he was my guard 1. I think this is really good value. I wasn't considering Skaronski as a guard, so I think that was a pretty good pick.
Both of you guys, actually, it sounds like you were mixed on this, but Osiris Torrance, we should be a little bit surprised that he didn't go here.
Not much of a surprise for me. I had Torrance a little bit higher. Of course, my board is Raven centric, and I have Torrance just a handful of spots ahead of Avila, so it wasn't a big deal. But to me, Torrance could be a guy that could be your right guard of the future as well as play left guard this year. Torrance has that kind of power, and he's hard to get around. You'll see some moments where he looks heavy-footed, so maybe that doesn't translate into a right guard in the NFL as far as holding up in one-on-one pass protection with some of these great 3 techs. But I think he fit our style.
Moving quickly here. Oh, one of my favorite guys off the board, Derek Hall of Auburn. I really thought he could have gone in the first round. What really impressed me about him, and we'll get to you in just a second, Jason, is that he looked like he could play Sam, even though he wasn't always playing on that side. Definitely a really good awareness to move out, move downfield, good ball tracking for a guy his size, and terrific athlete. What do you think, Jason?
What I like about him in this place in Seattle is I think that he fits their defense really well. When you're talking about just lining up 4 bad boys on that line of scrimmage and letting them go get the quarterback, I did not project him to Sam as strongly as Ken did. I think he's a pass rusher with an extremely high upside. His burst is as good as it gets in this draft, the way he stresses offensive tackles. I had him in the 40s, I think. I'm about to take him off the board. So that tells you that I was high on him. I just think that with Derek Hall, the only thing I worry about, guys, is that he's such a one-trick pony as a rusher that could catch up to him in the NFL level when you're talking about these left tackles who are just as quick as him, being able to eat it up and him not have a counter move. It may take a couple of years, but I like his run defense. I like his pass rush. So I think he fits perfect in Seattle. That's a great pick for them.
How long do you think it takes to develop a counter? You think it takes two seasons, really?
I mean, ask Dafio Way. You know what I mean? Like it's different. It's different for everybody. It depends if you have that kind of lack of Hall looks very linear and stiff to me, even more so than Dafio Way. He's rocked up. So I see him just taking off from the snap and stress the edges, and that's in the long arm, and that's about all he has. So can he get light on his feet like a David Ajabo and do a spin move or an inside count or develop his hands? Like, it's more than just developing your hands in pass rush moves. You got to have the feet and the hips for it. And I don't see that in Derek Hall. I see him a very linear in the mold of a Daffy, just a stronger version.
Not as much as an analysis as Jason, but anybody who is posing shirtless in their picture to Seattle, I think it's a good pick. Last guy that did that was DK Metcalf. So
Pete Carroll.
Oh, and Pete Carroll, yeah.
All right, we got another pick coming up here in just a moment. It's in from Atlanta. They traded. Dan, any idea, or Alec, what they might have traded for it?
Yeah, it was 38 for 44 and 110. 110.
And
so
you're already tipped on that, right? Meaning you already got the trade information on it?
They showed it on TV.
Okay.
So that's the second trade back for them?
Let's see.
Not mistaken. because they traded up with, was it the Raiders that moved up?
Yeah, it was the Raiders, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
So this is the second one.
We're seeing a lot of comments, questions on the cornerbacks from Shrimp Trawler and a few others. Trayvon Mullen questions. You guys want to go around the horn on
Absolutely.
looking at the cornerback room?
Got the Falcons.
Okay, so the Falcons pick is Matthew Bergeron of Syracuse, tackle, and maybe we start with him, and then we'll talk about the corners here.
Yeah, Matthew Bergeron, it's prototypical left tackle. Love the pick. I would have had him higher if the Ravens. I believe Ronnie Stanley's back and back to stay. He's a left tackle all the way. Light, very light on his feet. Run blocking isn't his thing, but he uses his length really well. It's really hard to get around him as a two, so he can handle all kinds of rushes there at Syracuse. Really good pick for Atlanta if you're trying to protect a young quarterback in Desmond Ridder.
So I don't recall who asked the first question about Trayvon Mullen, but I'm working on a roster reset post-draft. It's my annual tradition at Baltimore Beatdown, and I was tempted to push him higher on the depth chart than some of the returning younger guys because he's had a full season really of high play, and he was drafted higher than any of them. So he has that skill set, that toolbox. They really need to. I mean, I'm with Ken. I think Brandon Stevens should be cornerback 4, and you got to put CB2 and CB3 in between. Pepe and Armour Davis. I'm of the mind that a day 3 pick must show at least average ability in the regular season to really become a roster lock. So that's where I stand. But I do think Trayvon Mullen has a lot of upside, and I really think that was one of those sneaky signings that the Ravens have gotten so good at that could really pay big dividends.
One thing I'll throw in about Trayvon Mullen is that basically all of his salary is fully guaranteed. So that's often a way to tell how the team feels about a player. So
great point. It is to me it's a spaghetti against the refrigerator move, and I'm not sure that it's wrong. I think he was okay in his time at Las Vegas. I just don't think he was great, and it might work out, and if it does, it could really work out for the price. And we've had this discussion many times, but anybody you can get on a rookie contract these days is a great value relative to anyone you get at a full market free agent price. So Mullen, from that perspective, is probably a good bargain.
Yeah, and this goes back to my point of last night, Ken. Trayvon Mullen, Brandon Stevens, Pepe Williams, Jalen Armour Davis. Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. Get yourself a cornerback, please. Like, let's let them battle it out for cornerback 2, cornerback 3, cornerback 4. But let's get ourselves a guy in here that we can plug and play day one. That would be ideal for me. That's kind of why I prefer corner over wide receiver yesterday. Although Zay Flowers number 12 on my board, I was just ecstatic with that pick. But yeah, man, let's find a way to get one of these corners.
Two-pronged approach. I think a veteran and a pick at 86 is really the elixir there. And Marcus Peters, I would to Shrimp Trawler's comment. He was by far the Ravens' second best cornerback last year. You can say that maybe he lost a half a step from where he was, and I probably agree with that, but he was still head and shoulders above the other guys. And another year off of that ACL, he could become that ball hawk again.
Yeah, and for Peters in particular, I think that with how many injuries the Ravens went through in 2021, it wasn't necessarily realistic to think every single one of those guys was going to come back and be like their version. J.K. Dobbins looked great off of both injuries. Ronnie Stanley looked really good. Gus Edwards. Peters was the guy who didn't. All of them could have looked good. All of them could have looked bad. And injuries are very different for everybody. But then I agree. I think 86 corner and a veteran that you can bring in, that to me is a great thing. But do you think it's a question? Peters, or I know Rocky Yassin has been kind of put out there. So they have a handshake deal after the draft to bring him in. They obviously visited with him. Did they maybe say, you know what, we're going to look at how the board falls? I think either of those guys would be good, but I'm curious to know from everybody if there's a preference for either of those.
So for me, Rockiston is more of a man matchup type corner and trail technique. So they could go to more man coverage with Stevens, who I believe in trail technique, and Marlin and Rockiston, but I really am a sucker for zone on both sides of the ball. So I'd prefer Peters back. To be completely honest, I think the Ravens are in a position to make a deep run this year, and I think having that tenacity that Peters has on that side of the ball, having his leadership, I feel like that doesn't hurt in January when you're the rookie corner we just draft lets up a touchdown. You got someone to rally around. So I think that's my preference. I need Peters back.
Yeah, I'm with Peters too. I vote for Peters above Yassine. I mean, they profile, not necessarily one is better than the other, but I really like the intangibles Peters brings and the dog.
Love Peters as well. Would like to see him back, and honestly would like one more outside corner, either via the draft or via free agency, and let the slot figure itself out with the combination of players they have. Okay, Jonathan Mingo, wide receiver from Ole Miss, is off the board.
Jason, I gotta steal your thunder here, Jason. I gotta steal your thunder. This is a my guy. Let me just, if I get a my guy, just let me hit it off. All right, so for me, I think Mingo, and obviously it's been tossed out there, the AJ Brown, the DK Metcalf, he profiles similar, whatever. I think when it's all said and done that he has a chance to be better than the guys taken in the first round. He has this weird body control and tangible to him that I saw last year with George Pickens, and I feel like he plays a lot more heavier, so to say, than George Pickens. He reminded me a slight amount of Treylon Burks last year, but a lot more faster, a lot more fluid, explosive playmaker. So Mingo was my guy. I didn't mean to, usually Jason tosses it up the first one, but I just had to steal his thunder here. This is a for a team that needs wide receiver like the Panthers do. I think this is a wonderful pick. But go, Jason.
Dude, I love the excitement. And by the way, Yuri, I'm gonna push back. He's my star player, bro. He's on my board as my star player. Tank Dell and him. So don't try to hog up all the love. But no, just seriously, number 44 on my board, and someone, Yuri, I agree with you. I think he's an outside receiver. I think boxing him into the slot is selling him short and not thinking. We've seen bigger, stronger, less quick guys stick at Z and maybe even X. Ken, you have something?
No, just on Mingo in particular. He honestly, to me, was the second best X in this class after Quentin Johnston. He's the guy who, he's number 8 on my board. I liked him a lot. They're like the catch radius involved. I like the size. I like the speed is good enough there, and he's a guy you can put, I think, on an island and play one-on-one with cornerbacks, body up on them, and be a good catch point guy. A lot of things to like about him. I just didn't like him as much as 3 guys I had in between, and so I'd be interested to hear as the day evolves how you guys have it set. And I've lost my wide receiver page here for a second. Give me between Mims was one guy I had ahead of him, Hyatt, and 1 second, guys. I'm sorry. Yeah, Hyatt, Downs, and Mims were the 3 guys in that order.
Yeah, Ken, I had Hyatt and Downs ahead of him, but not Mims. I had Mingo before them as my start player. And, the fit with Bryce Young, I think, is going to really help somebody that can read the defense and spread the ball around. Much like we saw with Tua his first year, even with his limitations, being able to read the defense and find a guy like Mingo, as you mentioned, Ken, able to use that 6'4" body and box people out. He doesn't just have the big body. He uses it, and he's hard to tackle. I mean, he is a tough tackle, more like a running back, a power running back like a Derrick Henry, not a juker and, get around this guy. But, Jonathan Mingo, I love him. I think he translates to the pros beautifully. And like Yuri, it depends where they go and how they're used. He can very easily. And a number of these guys, Tyler Scott, I love. Josh Downs can really make it neat. Jalen Hyatt, if he turns into a complete receiver. These guys on day 2, just as good as the guys on day 1. They just bring different flavors to you.
Definitely. And when thinking about what Frank Reich deploys, the triangle scheme, being able to have him do kind of what he did at Ole Miss. Another pick's about to drop in here, but curls, comebacks, crossing routes. I think putting him in space is going to be the best option.
There's two theories, right? Sorry, Cam. Go ahead.
We got a pick coming up for the Saints. It looks like it's a delayed pick guy. You always love those guys who want to get up and dance in front of the microphone for a minute.
Is
As Eminem said,
coming
you
on
only
the
get
series?
one shot. Do not miss your chance to blow. This opportunity comes one in a lifetime.
Now, this is a really odd one. Isaiah Foskey of Notre Dame on the edge. Now, he's polarizing prospect here in terms of a lot of people had him out. A lot of people had him in terms of top 10s, say. But for him to be drafted this early in round 2, definitely a possible Sam guy as I had him.
I'm glad to see him go off the board, to be honest with you. I just didn't see him as a great fit, maybe even for the Sam and the Ravens scheme. He's got to prove that. Another stiff guy. DeJuan Jones really made him look small at the Senior Bowl and had nothing for DeJuan Jones, who's really who's on the board. Also was not impressed with Isaiah Foskey's Ohio State game. That's where it turned for me, Ken. You're going against Paris Johnson and DeJuan Jones, and really couldn't impact that game. His worst game of the season by far, at least on the raw stats. And when I watched the game, he was a non-factor. So when I'm trying to translate these guys, I like to look at their best games. I like to watch them go against the potential first rounders and things like that. So Foskey was a guy I was high on measurable wise, and then just kind of cooled on him, kept cooling on him. I had him as a day three value, a day 2 pick. So he's right in the range, but I wasn't like it's not a pick that I'd be excited about if I was the Ravens. So I'm glad to see him go.
I do want to say that he's a guy who plays through contact, and I hate guys who that's all they do. If that's all they're trying to do, if they're never trying to get around the edge, if they're never trying to avoid contact, if they don't ever have any kind of push-pull move or anything that gets them away from that contact more easily, it just didn't do it for me. But the reason he was as high as he was on my board, which was 12th among the edges, was definitely that possible Sam role that I think that exists for him, and it's just not obvious with a lot of the guys. A lot of the guys are just pure rush guys. From what we see.
Just to add, I had him 12th too, so it's just a taste thing. It's not a far off, but he's like a boom or bust guy to me. I can see him turn his physical skills into being a great player, but when you start disappearing against NFL type players, that give me somebody else, man. You got a long way to go.
Go ahead, Voss. You had something to say.
I'm a little bit higher on Foskey, I think, than you two. He reminded me of Judon a lot in his movement skills. But just circling back to Mingo and the idea of the Brian Billick, you want to build a basketball team with a center and a power forward, or do you want to do what the Ravens have done at this point, which is build a basketball team with wings, with several different interchangeable wing players. I believe it was Matt Harmon or one of the tweeted out the route charts and the spray charts for Bateman, Beckham, and Flowers, and all three of the guys can win at all three levels from any alignment. So it's one of those philosophical questions, but I guess bottom line is I don't blame the Ravens for not targeting a specific X. I kind of like that they're zigzagging away from the Billick model in a way.
All right, got a Cardinals pick coming up here. Let's see what we got in comments right now.
I was going to add real quick in the intermission. So you have to think that since the Saints lost Davenport, they took Peyton Turner in the first a few years ago. I think it was 2020. Maybe Cam Jordan is contemplating retirement, and then they use Brees to fill in Animata's role. So 2 picks on the D line in the top 40. I think that's what the Saints do. The Saints, if they're a very aggressive team that will do things out of the ordinary. So I like Foskey. I'm with Voss. I like the Judon comp, but that's definitely you're putting a lot of eggs in a basket to fill that D line back up.
I would say, hey, for 25 nuggets, good to see you, buddy. Seen you around for a long time. I too, yes, sir. I do see a lot of Matt, but you know what? That's kind of this draft, man. So it's going to be flavor. You want that big receiver, you go with Mingo. You wanted a speed guy, you go with Hyatt. So here we are. I think that this draft, guys, maybe Gabe, maybe you've studied this, or Alec, it'll really start heating up, and that value will start turning into great value as we get into the second part of tonight. That third round, this is all of a sudden is going to be the first strong part of the draft, is the third round, where guys, flavors that should be drafted in the second and other drafts, hey, they weren't the flavor this year, they'll be there in the third. So third, fourth round, Alec, that's where I'm looking at in this draft, buddy.
Yeah, I mean, I hear you, man. I think this is it's fun. You know, I always enjoy seeing people get picked that I have no interest in. You know, and it just pushes these guys back. So it's there's definitely a decent amount of that going on right now. I agree. So good for the Ravens, obviously. I also wanted to throw out there, for me, I saw Tillman first, and I really liked him. But then everyone was telling me that Mingo would be one of my guys as well, and it turned out he was. I called him my Netflix recommendation engine pick, where you just when I got to him, I was like, yeah, no, I like him too. Add him to the list.
Aeneas Williams at the podium. You recognize he looks still the same, Ken.
Oh, one of my favorites is off the board. B.J. Ojulari from LSU, the edge. He wasn't going to last to 86. I guess we knew that, but very exciting, very polished toolkit. Has done it at LSU in the big time. One of the younger guys in the entire draft, definitely at the edge position. Anyway, just a lot to love about that guy. One of my notes about him was he's one of the few guys in this draft I didn't think could learn a lot from Chuck Smith. Everybody can learn something, but there's a whole bunch of guys who need to completely refresh their toolkit for the NFL, and that's not Ojulari.
Hey, he would have been, you talk about the Sam guy, versatile piece. My goodness, Ken. And the beautiful thing about it is there would be left tackles that he would match up probably better against than anybody else on the team too, depending on that left tackle skill set. So he could be a weapon within any game, rush from the left, rush from the right, drop into coverage, scary, ready player. Like you said, it's kind of odd to see a player that pro ready at his age. Love B.J. Ojulari. He was never going to make it to the Ravens. Luckily, he is in where did he go? Did he go to the where did he just
Cardinals.
go? Cardinals. Luckily, he's in the NFC. So thank goodness he didn't land on the Bengals, Steelers, or Browns. Glad to get him as far away from us as possible.
So you talk about someone like Foskey who a little more one moved. Ojulari has tried every single move in the book at least once. So when you look at a prospect, you need, someone that's kind of tunnel vision, so to say. He will try everything on a tackle. So I really like that in him.
Yuri, do you worry at all about a guy like Ojulari? Because this is the only knock I can come up with on him, is that he's already so polished that he has less to learn at the NFL level, so you can project less improvement. Because at a lot of positions, having a flaw that allows a guy to drop, like, say, Orlando Brown dropped because of his measurable flaws to the Ravens, for example, would be one thing. But elements that you can correct is a nice thing to have.
Yeah, I definitely agree. It's like you're in a writing competition and the pick just did go off the board. If you want to announce it real quick.
Okay, we got tight end Luke Musgrave of Oregon State goes to Green Bay, and that is a big surprise.
Wow.
Yeah, to me, surprise. I heard a lot about him, Ken, from other people that I trust. Talking about Todd Heap was one of the comparisons I got. For me, I can only go by what I see. He had a big red star, red cross next to his name as far as a medical. I could pull it up, but I think he only played 2 games last year. Just bear with me for one moment. 2 games last year, 4 years, he only played 20 games with 47 receptions. Yep. Also did not like his blocking. So he was not a fit for the Ravens. You want a pass-catching tight end, there you go, with high upside, but the medical dumped him down to my board. He was, and the fact that he was a tight end put him all the way in the 70s on my Ravens Centric board. So that's great for the Ravens, in my opinion.
Where was he among your tight ends? Because I had him at number 6.
I had him at number 7, Ken. Luke Schoonmaker is my number 6, who was more of a blocking combo tight end. I see him as a good fit for the Ravens if they were in some world drafting a tight end.
Okay. And Alec, where did you have him? Because I know we did the show together on tight ends.
I had him 7, so right after Laporta. Mm-hmm. I also had Shoemaker at 4, and of course my darling Daniel Barker at 5, who we'll even see if he gets drafted.
There you go. And Zach Kuntz for me, my sleeper guy at 5.
finishing up real quick on Angelari, it's kind of you want someone that's not all the way refined, but not very, very raw. You want somewhere in the middle, and he's obviously a lot more towards the refined side. So there is definitely that question of how much better can he get in the NFL? Like
Next up.
Yeah.
I think Yuri, his age works in his benefit. Like we can all learn something from a new coach. So you get with Chuck Smith, he's going to be able to teach you something or point out something that could make you even more effective or maybe more efficient with your movement. Say little tricks of the trade. So it's not like he's all the way topped out, but it's nice to have some polish in a draft pick. I definitely agree with you, Yuri.
Kind of like Karlaftis last year.
Hey, look, we're rolling.
I know you're really tuned into the flock. And who are they finding? What's going to make the flock happy?
Half of them anything, half of them nothing. We got another pick though.
First center off the board, it's Joe Tippmann of Wisconsin. Big guy for a center. What do you think, Jason?
Yeah, 6'6". A lot of people have said he might have to move to guard. Obviously, wasn't a high priority being a center, down at 68 on my list. So that's a good thing for the Ravens. But I didn't think he would last to pick 86 anyway. Maybe he is a better left guard or even a right guard. But you get the height and you see him get uprooted at times. And that's an issue when you talk about NFL strength. So I'm just taking a look at his measurables real quick. 6'6" and 313. So that's not real stocky for 6'6" either. 6'6", 313. You're looking at a guy that those interior defensive linemen, those big dudes can really uproot. So I wasn't as high on Tippmann. Got a lot of physical skills as far as his feet, his arms, and everything else that he uses. But kind of short arm guy for a 6'6" guy too. I think he was in the 32-inch range.
Brandon Linder, the Jaguars had a 6'6" center a couple years back. They paid a good chunk of money to.
Yeah,
there was 32 and 3/4-inch arms at 6'6". That's kind of hard to do.
But that's okay for center. That's not too short. You can get by with that. I'm trying to think of the 6'6" center that the Texans had years ago, and he was still playing with them in 2014 when the Ravens went there and lost a key game and still made the playoffs the next week.
Chris Myers?
That's the guy.
Chris Myers?
Yeah.
Brian Branch still on the board.
Yeah, that's incredible to me.
Me too.
Especially with this new these big slots. So that's these big slot defenders is becoming the new rage. So yeah, I'm surprised by that as well.
I think the Twitter consensus is people are starting to get worried he's going to go to Pittsburgh.
I think it's New England. New England, just Alabama defensive backs. It's just something Belichick loves doing with them.
Yeah, Belichick and Saban are both of Croatian descent. I read a book about them. Interesting stuff.
So what's that mean for their draft stock, Vaz?
That means that they like premium positions. It's Croatia's on the water, position.
Location.
I think one thing that's really standing out to me is this draft is not very talented. Like these guys that are going in the second round, do you think that they're starters? Maybe some of them look like they're probably just like rotational guys. Like, I don't think this is a very good class. I mean, I know I'm not the first person to say that. A lot of people have said that it's one of the worst classes we've had in the decade.
It's like the COVID leap year draft,
Yeah.
COVID leap year. So to that point, though, does that make you want to reach for a unicorn or go safe contributor route? With that being said about the class,
I'd probably try to take a swing. If you think there's a guy with traits and you like that, I'd probably try and shoot for the home run because maybe you swing and you hit it big. Because I mean there are some guys who are like, especially at the cornerback position, I think. Some bigger guys, athletic guys, come and maybe develop. It might take a year to develop, but you might actually like get a really good player with that. And I think the Ravens are in a good position to draft one there in the third round. So that's what I'm hoping for.
Hey, got a couple of guys back, or ladies back, guys, ladies, everybody back in the chat. Wanna Smoke is back in, and also Tiger Raven from last night. Don F, I see him in the chat. Thank you guys. Hey, don't forget to give a thumbs up, like the video, subscribe, support your guys who are streaming this, and turn the notification bell on. Alec, this is where I miss Ashley. She had this presentation down perfectly.
Yeah, hey, if we could, Jason and I would each love a follow and subscribe on our channels. Whichever you're watching, try and do both, or a like and a subscribe. That'd be great. We cannot read anymore because of the size of these boxes, the Twitter handle. So we're gonna have to go around and do that right after this selection here, the Colts.
Oh no.
Guys, we're 80 picks away, so don't worry about it, buddy.
Julius Brent goes cornerback.
That hurts. That hurts, but I didn't expect him to be there, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I didn't either, but
So Julius Brent, big physical corner, a lot of people's favorite in this draft for where he was going to be drafted. Second round all day. I do worry about his long speed a little bit, but not a lot, because he's so dominant at the line of scrimmage to be able to bump you, and his instincts are great. So a nice pick for Indianapolis. Pairing with Anthony Richardson, I'm not sure who else they have drafted, but if I were I once was a fan of that team. Now I can't kind of stand that team, even all these years later. Almost 40 years later, Ken. Can you believe that? Good draft for them, though, I'm guessing so far.
I liked him a lot. I didn't think there was a high chance of him dropping to 86. I was looking at some estimators and whatnot, and they were having around 5% that he would drop to number 86 and potentially be a Ravens pick on the ESPN calculator there. He's long arm guy. They're drafting some tools in the process. So I actually had Cam Smith and DJ Turner both ahead of him on my board, though. He was my number 9 corner.
Me too. Go ahead, Yuri.
I was gonna say, talk about having just two physical freaks for your first 2 picks, Anthony Richardson and Julius Brents. I mean, that's I love a team that swings and goes bold. So you're talking about 2 guys that could end up being a top of their class, top of their position by the end of the rookie contract. But in terms of Brents, I think that's a great fit for the Eagles defensive core. They're bringing up an Eagles staffer. I think it fits really well in their defense. So pretty good pick.
I wanted to ask you, Yuri, and anybody else wants to follow up. 4.53 guy. That's about what I saw on tape for Brent's.
Yeah.
I'm a sucker for speed at corner. Does that concern you at all with him, or you just, you put him in zone, let him hit? He loves to hit, long arm guy too. Does he restrict what you can play on defense, in your opinion?
Well, I think that with a lot of these players in this class, it's very team specific. Like they have to go to a certain team for them to be maximized. So I think him going to Indianapolis, I think it's just fine. They'll play a lot of zone, a lot of off coverage, and I think he'll be okay. I'm the long speed. I don't think he'll be put in positions where he'll have to go on an island with someone and have to run stride for stride with a 4.3 guy.
I think 4.5 speed you can get away with. Cornerback's the one position where I think long speed really matters. But when you have Marcus Williams on the back end, you can get away with a 4.5 guy.
I was just going to say, not on the efficient frontier for me of size and speed, which is one of the reasons he dropped on my board. And one of the problems is that he dropped to 198, I think, in order to run. And that may be he's not quite at what he'll run at in the NFL. Now, given his length, he should be a press corner to me. I mean, he should be a guy that they're playing a lot of man with. If he does play zone, finding the football has not been Julius Brent's go-to trait in college football, to say it the least. PFF has a stat, but they had a forced incompletion percentage of only 11.8% last year, and that's really bad. And that's a stat that Joey Porter, who can't find the football, definitively can't find the football very often, had a really good forced incompletion percentage just by being big. And Julius Brents, you think would have some of that, being a boundary quarterback at least.
Yes, and Ken, I want to follow up on that. That's one of the reasons I had him lower than most at number 58 on my board, which is still a second round guy. But the only person I saw him find the ball against effectively was Quentin Johnson, who famously can't find the ball. So, he had that interception in the end zone against Quentin Johnston where Johnston was still fading towards the out of bounds marker and Brent's found it first. I don't know. I don't know how you want to play Brent's. All I can know is he's going to match up really well against some guys and maybe struggle against others. So you might have to protect him during some games or some guys, but he's going to eat and be a lockdown corner against other teams. So I like Brent's overall as a prospect and his upside.
Yeah, if the Ravens got him at 86, I'd be thrilled about it. I wouldn't have wanted them to trade up to 44 and take Julius Brents.
You got a trade in there, Dan.
Yep, 45 for 48 and 159. So pretty spot on. A little bit under JJ, which is a surprise. So so looks like the Packers were pretty okay moving back. So
yeah, John.
We'll see what oddball pick Detroit makes.
Yeah, John, to answer your question, definitely not nose. I'm looking at somebody that can move from 3 tech to 4 to 5, provide some kind of pressure is what I'm really looking at. My guy Adebore is still on the board. You got a guy like Zach Pickens who can also provide pressure. Just looking at my list right now at D-line, Keanu Benton is kind of a tweener, more in the Travis Jones mold. And then after that, you're getting into guys that either are going to be deficient versus the run or can't rush the passer. So very slim on the defensive line. Maybe the Ravens can find a way to lock up Matabike or Broderick Washington, because come this time next year, we're going to have one next Travis Jones defensive lineman on the roster.
Yeah, I think the 5 tech is the position that they really need. They don't really have a true 5 anymore with Calais Campbell gone.
So, Ken, correct me if I'm wrong. I think they use a 5 tech on about 20% of plays.
Well, you only really use a 5 tech on one of 2 types of plays, either base defense where you're playing with 3 down linemen, or if they're in their jumbo nickel formation where they have 3 down linemen and only 1 inside linebacker. They basically eliminated that once they got Roquan and Queen together. So they committed themselves to having 2 inside linebackers on all downs. So base defense is not very much. And I think I'll look it up for last year, but I think it was maybe right around 20%.
Yeah. That being said, I prefer a 3 or a 4, just like a disruptor on the interior, just a penetrator, a gap shooter is really what
I think ideally that's a kind of player that can play both. Like, to me, that's what you want. Someone who can play the 5 and the 3. Like, I mean, Campbell is like the ideal fit in that, right? That mold. That's the kind of player you need. He can be disruptive on passing downs and be a good run defender.
While Ken's looking, guys, we have another pick off the board. Brian Branch, one of our favorites, goes to Detroit. We got that one right. I thought he could have been a first-round guy, safety slot combo, the first official safety off the board, although he's listed as a corner. And on DraftKings was listed as a corner for those who were playing a parlay or a bet. That didn't help you out at all. The NFL outsmarted you. So slot corner, safety capabilities, great tacklers, Ken will tell you.
Yes, one of the greatest tacklers in college football history. 4 misses in 170 with 170 tackles, so in 174 opportunities. He stands so head and shoulders. And, one of the things you want a safety for, if he's going to play on the back end, even in a split role, which is probably where he'd be best if he's put in the back end, you want a great tackler who is the last line of defense. If you want to have him come up in a run fit, he does great there. Great downhill player, had 14 and a half tackles for loss, which is just an unbelievable total. I'm not mistaking him. I'm not confusing him with somebody else. It's Branch. Had 14 after, which is a number you expect from an edge rusher. A guy who gets 12 sacks might have 14 and a half tackles for loss, but outrageous producer at the college level. And I think if you have a team that really wants to play good run defense, or you have a need for a slot corner, I think Branch would have been an excellent choice.
So I love Brian Branch, the player, but I'm really confused on what Detroit is doing right now, because they have Chauncey Gardner-Johnson and Tracy Walker, both safeties that can move down in that slot role if they wanted them to. So now they have 3. So I'm not a fan of what Detroit's doing right now, but I think it's good value because Gardner-Johnson is on a 1-year deal. So maybe you just play him for the year and then, let him walk. But
I think your mistake, Yuri, is trying to find logic in what the Lions are doing.
yeah,
So I think that
as soon as it took a running back at 12, I should go. Never mind.
Well, hey, yeah, Juana Smoke in the chat says, don't hate if you swap Branch and Gibbs. I mean, if it's Campbell and Gibbs or Campbell and Branch, you're kind of like, eh. But yeah, the Detroit draft has been one of the more interesting ones, I'd say, in the past couple of years.
If you look at the 4 picks and you consider Branch a safety, they've gone running back, inside linebacker, tight end, and safety. That is a draft after Vaz's
positional value.
Hey,
They're going center next.
yeah, take them all off the board. Give us
Take a
all
punter in the
premiums.
4th.
Yep, punter. Yep.
Yeah, they got another second-round pick.
Robert Aguayo.
I don't know. Detroit seems like one of those teams that's just gonna vie for a wild card and just kind of be in that uncomfortable middle where you can never get out of.
They're a vibes team. They're definitely like a vibes team.
Yeah, no doubt.
The NFC was so wide open. I thought they had a chance to kind of do something with this draft. They were in good position, but you're only going to get so far with Jared Goff as your quarterback, and some of these moves they've made with the draft, it's really questionable. I feel kind of bad for them.
I want to go back to something we said earlier about the how often do you play a 5-tech? 20.7% of the snaps the Ravens in 2022 had 4 defensive backs or 3 defensive backs on the field. So those are the times where you would have a 5-tech on the field. So that is highly indicative of you got to be careful about your 5-tech needs. The pick is coming in just a second, but I want to tell a quick story. Brent Urban was on our show, and I asked him, is the 5-tech going away in the NFL? And he's like, well, I'm biased, but I hope not, because you want different fun.
$1 million for your betting for your 5-tech for 20% is just about the perfect intersection of need and value.
Exactly, perfect price.
Yep.
I knew it.
Okay, Keon White, another polarizing player here, is the next off the board, goes to New England.
Yes, I love Keon White. I think he fits, unfortunately, with what New England wants to do. Maybe he can be their new, and I'm trying to think of the player that's bounced around now a little bit, at 3-4 outside linebacker who can cover.
Van Noy.
Thank you. That is him, Kyle Van Noy. I think that he can play in that kind of role, rush the passer, drop in coverage, set the edge. 280 pounds, 80-some pounds, but he defies logic. His special magic talent is being able to cover, defend the pass at 280-some pounds. It's really ridiculous the kind of feet, body control, flexibility he has to be able to do that. He was high on my board, high second-round guy for me. So I love the pick, unfortunately, for New England. Belichick will be able to deploy that unpredictable type defense that he loves to do with Keon White out of Georgia Tech.
I'm going to take just the other side of this, so we have some nice, clean contrast here, right to go there. I had him on the needed to drop to the 3rd round for a value pick for me. And it's not anything about the size, because it's wonderful. I love the 34-inch arms, fantastic measurables with 30 bench reps at 34-inch arms. By the way, that's incredible. That is real grown man strength. But he turned 24 in January, so he's going to be 25 next January, but it's very old to come into the league. It probably makes him a 1-contract player in terms of when you're really going to get value from him. And for that reason alone, that was enough for me to say he's got to drop an extra round for that.
Yeah, that was going to be my reason as well, Ken. I think the 24 years old thing scares me off a little bit, but that seemed like such a Patriot pick. It just the problem with me is he's so raw. And to be raw and 24 years old, it's a double whammy.
All kinds of fun here. Jartavius Martin comes off the board from Illinois. The other great Illinois cornerback. Boy, there's so many great pairings in college football this year. But tell us about Jartavius Martin.
Man, he was a tough guy for me to place on the board. He's a 2018 recruit and only a 2-year starter, yet he runs a 4.46. Now, that raises questions for me. How do you get there in 2018, run a 4.46, have the kind of physical skills that Jartavius, his name, people call him Quan Martin has, and not be able to start. And my valuation, my hypothesis on this is he's got that outstanding athleticism, but he's a bit out of control. He's too reactive. It takes him a long time to see it, and then he, hair on fire to go. He was trusted in man coverage and in the post, but I liked him better in man. I didn't like his instincts at safety in the post. Nasty play demeanor, the physical player, but kind of a puzzling player for me to evaluate. Didn't know whether to put him at safety or corner or what exactly his role would be and why. If you're that kind of athlete, do you commit in 2018 and can't get on the field until 2021? Yeah. So definitely a polarizing player.
And that was to Washington, correct? Jatavius Martin to Washington.
Actually, yes, I think it was the Commanders.
Yeah, it was.
Okay. So on the TV they had it.
We're loading up for secondary for sure.
Yeah, Forbes and Martin.
Better athlete than football player just came up in my notes again. So, I had him all the way down at number 115 on my board. I tend to stay away from players that have those red flags that you can't really see, but something doesn't add up with him. I mean, he could have a great career, but I think he could easily bust out as a player that doesn't see things cleanly. "11 edges, by the way, have gone. We talked about the strength of that edge class. The NFL definitely recognized it. 11 out of my top 12 guys. So everybody was seeing it pretty much the same. The last edge on that group that I really, really love is Byron Young out of Tennessee, just for his physical skills. And I think that he does play the run well, can pass rush. Little surprised at the wide receivers haven't started to go off the board now with Hyatt, Downs, Tillman, Scott, Tank Dell, Denzel Mims, A.T. Perry, even all the way down to some guys people love, Keyshawn Butte, Rasheed Rice, before you get into the Jaden Reed angle of things. So really slow year for wide receivers, not only in free agency where Odell Beckham had like the highest paid label and now transferring here into the draft.
Okay, so we just had a trade up and the Buccaneers moving up to get Cody Mock off that North Dakota State team. And that's an interesting pick, and there certainly is a lot of very funny YouTube stuff out there with Cody Mock. He's known by missing his front teeth. As a football player, why don't we start with you, Yuri, this time?
So I think that he projects best as guard for me. I don't think he's necessarily a Donovan Smith replacement. I think he's more of a Shaq Mason replacement. I thought he was really good in pass protection. I think he's a really dominant run blocker, and similar to and it's kind of lazy, but Quinn Miners, who came out a couple years ago, I feel like he's a lot similar as a prospect.
Agreed. With nothing else to add. Great teeth. Looks like offensive lineman. I liked him better as guard as well. At guard as well.
Very short arms. The common thing that's pointed to in terms of what he does, but moves pretty well.
I had a good question from Shrimp Trawler about Cam Smith in there. And he's right on. This was a guy I saw listed as cornerback 1 on a lot of lists early on. Grabby penalties is what dropped him down for me. The more I watched him, the grabbier I seen, like the kind of player that could cost you a game. I think his change of direction was okay, not great, even though he's a 4.43 guy. So he's got the eyes, he's got the ball skill, can find the ball, which I love out of a cornerback. I actually kind of like him as a left cornerback in our scheme. Also had a concussion and a hamstring injury that he had to overcome. So a little bit beat up. Maybe teams don't like the fact that he panics and gets a little grabby when he gets beat. Vass?
Yeah, Cam Smith, I think, was a late faller for me, at least. You nailed it, the grabbiness. And we had a question here, who would be the ideal dream pick at 86? For me personally, at this point, it is his teammate, Darius Rush. I actually have Rush higher on my board than Cam Smith. I think Rush's best days are ahead of him, and Smith was just a little bit overhyped. And, yeah, I think he has a league average, potential. But I think Rush has a higher ceiling for sure.
Just a couple of notes on here. 10 penalties this last year for Smith. Definitely a downside number. His yards per target were not terrible. 211 over 38. Just do that real quick. 5.6 yards per target. So that's good enough for a top-rated cornerback. Did give up only 1 interception. Not a tremendous ball on the ball guy. Only 7 times did he touch the football last year.
I thought he showed great recognition skills in the game, so that number really surprises me, Ken.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe the quarterback saw that he saw or whatever, but eyes I thought was a plus for Cam Smith. I change of direction worried me. He's fast enough. Again, just the more you watch him, the more he kind of concerns you with that grabbiness.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with Baz too about Rush, and that size speed combo. And there's another player from Georgia, Ringo. He's kind of that same mold.
Mm-hmm.
I think either one of them, if they're available when the Ravens are on the clock, I'd be thrilled with either one. I know they have some raw things that need to be worked out in terms of technique, but like raw upside as well. That's exactly what you want with that pick.
I would absolutely love Ringo. He's my number 5 corner. He's by far the highest guy left on the board there.
A name I want to throw out there too is DJ Turner, rare 4.26 speed, and the ability to play inside and the slot. So he brings you that versatility where you can match him up with Kyle Hamilton and whoever you like at outside corner to be able to say, okay, this team's got a quick Z receiver. We want to throw DJ Turner out on the left side this week. Let's do it. They got a quick slot receiver. We want to deploy DJ Turner in the slot this week. Let's do it. Brandon Stevens can hang at left corner or Rocky us in this week. Maybe we'll bring Peters back. So I love DJ Turner's versatility. Not a ball finder, not a ball skills guy, but combination of speed and quickness. He can stick with any, and I mean any wide receiver stride for stride in the NFL in those categories.
Recovery speed really stands out for Turner, for sure.
Yeah, there we go, Timothy. I just gave it to you. I think Rush is more a pure corner guy that can play in the outside and you can trust. And DJ Turner is a guy who can erase certain other receivers. Maybe you don't want DJ Turner battling with T. Higgins or Chase because they're too physical for him. But whereas Rush can probably match up better against receiver, you pick your name out the hat. But DJ Turner has dominant qualities, I think, that'll play in the NFL. 4.26 speed with elite change of direction. To me, that's just man, I can't believe he's kind of still on the board here. The Steelers got to pick, Ken.
Oh, Keanu Benton, defensive tackle from Wisconsin, is off the board. Now, he's a high-ranked guy for me. Where did you have him, Jason?
Yeah, I'm looking. I had him at number 63 on my board. So second-round, borderline, third-round guy for me. And that was mainly because of the fit in the Ravens. I think he's a really good pick for the Steelers. But Benton, to me, like if you want to say him and Travis Jones stylistically, both the same guy, different stylistically, but same function in a defense, undersized, nosed, penetrating 3 tech, good against the run. I think he fits what the Steelers want to do there. He's their Travis Jones now. That's what the role he's going to play.
One of the interesting things about Travis Jones, I really want to see him get a chance to play at 3 and beat up some guards one-on-one. It just this year he'll have, if Pierce is healthy, he should have some opportunities to do that. But that's why I'm not as down on the Ravens getting their next nose in this draft either. So if Mozzie Smith had not been overvalued already, I'd love for the Ravens to pick him up at 86, say, or some other guys. They have other opportunities to pick up still later in this draft, but they also have a good record of finding that nose tackle, and that's how, of course, they got Malcolm Pierce originally.
Yeah, those positions, I mean, what are the Ravens best at finding undrafted free agents? Running backs, defensive tackles, strong safeties, interior offensive linemen, and fullbacks, really. So if you can maximize that advantage, why not?
Yeah.
I think the board is falling fine for the Ravens right now. I think you still have a very good surplus of corners. We've talked about, Turner and Ringo and all that. I think it's really good for them.
All right, Jaden Reed just off the board to Green Bay right now.
Oh, wow.
Hey, I think that's a little bit of a reach. I think he translates as a high floor, low ceiling guy. You pass on a guy like Jalen Hyatt who could really dominate a game for you. Some of those bigger wide receivers like Tillman still available, A.T. Perry, quicker receivers than him. Like there's a lot of receivers who can do things at a much higher level than Jaden Reed, where Jaden Reed's kind of like a steady guy across the board. I know Alec liked Jaden Reed though. He was higher on him than me when I talk to people.
Yeah, higher than you, but lower than a lot of the guys you just mentioned. Definitely think it's a reach here, a monster reach. I definitely would have went with Tillman or Hyatt or Downs even. I think I went with Downs, over that pick. So
The
Go ahead,
fact
Gary.
that the league just robbed us. Well, not the league. The Packers just robbed us of Christian Watson and Jalen Hyde together. That would have been a disgustingly fast duo, and they went with Reed. But they do it every year, though. The Packers do it every year. They reach for someone for no reason.
They've done it now with 2 consecutive picks on offense with Musgrave, the tight end, Musgrave, right? And Reed. I have Reed all the way down to 15th of my wide receivers. There's a whole lot of guys ahead of him. So interesting. You got the Dolphins selection. Right.
I like Reed a decent bit. I think he was about 12th on my list. I'm really surprised that Ringo is still out there because that's the kind of guy that they usually snap up. I mean, he's one of the youngest prospects in the draft. He's got the size, he's got the speed. I mean, that's the kind of guy that you can teach the technique to. That's the kind of guy that you can develop. So I'm pretty surprised by that one.
Let's talk Ringo for a second. Cam Smith just goes off the board now. And we talked about him a little bit in terms of what he brings to the table, but he goes off and goes to the Dolphins at number 51. We'll give everybody a chance to talk about Cam Smith and maybe Dan and Alec in terms of a trade. To talk to me about 86 and something else to move up to take Kelly Ringo. Any interest in that from folks? And what might it take?
For me, no.
Thinking it all night.
Yeah, for me, that's a no. But I'm lower on Ringo. I just see stiffness. I think that the people want to say he's got to move to safety. I'm not he's got to move to safety, but I think that you got long speed, you got physicality, but staying with a route runner is going to be a nightmare for Kaylee Ringo. So I prefer like Stevenson or DJ Turner over him as far as a fit for the Ravens, but others will like him a lot better than me.
Yeah, I like Stevenson a lot in terms of like the length. I mean, he's such a lengthy guy, and I think the tackling can be short up a little bit, but I think if Stevenson is still there around 70, I mean, again, I don't know what you trade up, but I think I'm confident the way the board's fallen, there will be a guy for them at 86. I don't know who it's going to be. I don't know what the value is going to be. It might not be this guy who's supposed to be a mid-second round pick, but I think there will be a guy who people would be happy with at corner. And I think at this point, that's what a lot of us are hoping for.
I will say Crawford and I both had Ringo as our number 5 corner. And I take a lot of value from Michael, of course, but 436 speed for Ringo. And I'm not sure why he would have trouble in terms of man coverage, honestly, with that.
So just looking at the JJ chart, if you get 86 plus 124, our next 2 picks combined, that only brings you up to 76.
Okay.
So you can only move up 10 spots if you throw in round 4. So really to move up any significant number of picks, you're either going to have to trade something from next year or have to get a player involved. So it's going to be tough for the Ravens to move up significantly, I think.
Okay,
real
Zach.
Quick on Ringo before.
Go ahead.
Before the next pick, real quick. I think when we talk about prospects in terms of traits and being polished, I think he's a lot more towards traits and projection than he is polished. So I think the young age, while it does help him, you're gonna have to really, really reel him in and develop him. But go ahead.
So Zach Charbonnet of UCLA off the board, and Gabe, what do you think? I know you're a UCLA fan.
Yeah, and I love Zach Charbonnet. He was so much fun to watch. I watched a lot of UCLA football over the past 2 years, and he is just, I think, your all-around back. He can catch. He can obviously worked in a gimmicky scheme. Let's put it that way. The Chip Kelly offense. It's not exactly an NFL offense, but he can break tackles. He's got enough speed. He's a powerful runner. He's got great size. I think he's going to be a day one starter. He can carry the load. I think he's going to be in Seattle, he's going to be splitting carries with Kenneth Walker, which is interesting. But I mean, that's quite the 1-2 punch they're going to have. And Seattle is doing a lot of nice things in the past couple of drafts. So it's a great fit in terms of what they're doing. And, I'm curious to see how they use him. If they see him more as like a third down back, maybe a little bit with Kenneth Walker taking a lot of the early carries, would be interesting.
Charbonnet was a guy I liked. I did have him at number 6, but the 2 characteristics were 4.2 yards per contact after attempt, and that's much better than his missed tackle rate. His missed tackle rate is down to 27%, which is it's just okay, but it's not particularly great. 4.2 yards per yards per carry after contact is outstanding. The other thing about it, you mentioned the gimmicky offense. His average ADOT was minus 1.2. Which is he's catching the ball behind the line of scrimmage, lots of screen passes, lots of swing passes, very little or much less than other running backs as far as going downfield.
Yeah, so I like Charbonnet, but I think back-to-back running backs in the second round is a very bad idea. But I guess
Literally
that's
what I was about to say.
Seattle does it every year. They have one pick. They're almost close to perfection. They're like, you know what? We're going to do this.
Must be nice to be in the NFC and have the luxury of taking devalued positions in the draft. There was I saw a mock earlier today. I don't recall who it was from, but he had the Ravens taking Charbonnet 86. I know that the running back situation 2024 is not great for the Ravens, but guess what? There's going to be a lot of running backs available next year too, so that doesn't necessarily one of those long-term needs you have to fill now.
I just will say you must carry that soapbox around with you because it's about the fourth time we've heard it. It's just nice to pull it out of your pocket.
Deep draft at running back, by the way. One of the reasons I don't like this pick as much as others will. You know, I think Charbonnet has got the tools for a complete back, and they could. You know, he's got workhorse qualities. He's an older player too. Let's say he was 24, going to be 25 coming into the season. Maybe I'm a year off from that, but definitely not a young back, but a do-it-all back, as Gabe said. You know, third down, first down, second down, tackle breaker. Got the long speed too for a back. So a lot of things to like about him. Seattle's going to do things their way. So you know, they have a couple of good players. I think they've taken already. In this second round. It was their first pick. I know they had one earlier.
22
I was going to say real quick, maybe the NFC, and this is why the AFC will always be king, maybe the NFC isn't trying to actually win games. They're just trying to take players from other teams. For example, I think Chicago would have snapped them up here at 53. So maybe the game in the NFC isn't to actually win games. It's to steal prospects from other teams.
I was on that kind of same note. I was thinking the Lions were like all in on Richardson, and then when he went at 4, and they didn't use all this draft capital they have to like go up and get him, they just went on a death tilt, and we're like, all right, let's go get all these stupid positions instead.
They also passed on Hendon Hooker, by the way. So maybe they didn't believe in he could have been a good bridge with Geno there that they just paid. But yeah, Seattle's always an interesting team, and I never worry about Seattle taking our players because on defense, at least, they're just a totally different philosophy. So, you know, it's always nice when they come up the board because they tend to covet, you know, the Jordan Brooks over the Patrick Queen, say, that kind of thing.
So I just want to jump in here, guys. So we're at pick 53 here, which is not to bring up a sore subject, but this is where the Ravens would have been. So just a kind of check in your mind. This is the players that would have been available at this time had the Ravens had the second round pick that Roquan that they used for Roquan. So not a ton of really quality guys available. So you know, I don't know if that makes you feel better getting rid of the second or not, but I just wanted to throw out there that that's where we are.
Hey, I love Roquan. I think he affects third down before third down even happens, and then affects third down too. So, you know, one of them rare 3-down players who will make it second and long instead of second and 6 in the run game. So I love it. Hey, Ken?
Yes, we got the Bears got Javon Dexter of Florida, and very big man.
Yeah, he's 6'6", 310, new age 3-tech. He deserves some love. Only 5 career sacks, but he splashes. He's another big, quick body who can penetrate the line. I don't think that he'd be the best as a two-gapping guy. I see him more as just a quick splash player. So someone that didn't necessarily fit the Ravens scheme, but if you're a 4-3 team, you're going to be able to love his ability to create chaos in the backfield.
Ravens brought him in for a top 30, right?
Yeah, we were talking about that, Dan, in our little chat.
Right.
He got a lot of buzz because he's maybe has some of the best upside of any 3-tech in this class. but he's got a ways to go technique-wise still.
Really lousy pass rush win rate this last year. He's young though. Won't be 22 until October. I have a versatile 3-5 player. To me, he's a guy that maybe Brent Urban gives you a little bit of that. Obviously, this is a young player who has some upside potential, and we're not talking about Brent at this point in his career. But Dexter is a guy who could play either of those spots, I think, on the defensive line.
Yeah,
a
I
little bit of a reach there.
Dexter.
Sorry, go.
I was going to say, I think Dexter, that's an upside pick. You're hoping that you can mold him into something because he's a very kind of raw, unpolished prospect at this point. So you hope that the size, athleticism, you can make him into something special. But there's a lot that needs to be worked on with him. This was kind of a rich selection for me. I had him more as a day 3 kind of pick player, but
Yep.
Teach their own.
Positional scarcity of defensive tackles pushed him up for sure.
Yeah. Is a day 3 pick for me too. One thing I really loved about him, and Jason, I'd like to hear your thoughts on this, is he's a guy who does very well against zone schemes, particularly on the backside. I made this comment about Mozzie as well, but this is a guy who just kind of naturally knows how to play his man and throw him aside at the last moment, and great backside contained run defender. So I really like that about him.
Yeah, and he's a more urgent player, I think, than Mazzy. Well, he's got a better body type, quicker, just a quicker player. But yeah, you want to run outside zone on Dexter, and he's got a chance to shut it down, like we've seen with Matabike, where he's just too fast for the guy in front of him. Another pick here, man. A guy I liked. I'm glad to see him get some love from somebody, although I wouldn't have picked him there, Ken.
I liked him.
Okay, well, Tui is off the board at number 54. What do you have to say about him?
Yeah, 2 weeks. Oh, go ahead, Gabe.
I was gonna. No, my fault. I'll go. I was gonna note for the back-to-back players, I would have taken both of them at 86. I feel like with Dexter, while he is a little slow getting off the ball, I still really like his profile and upside. And then to flip to Tooley, I think Tooley profiles a lot like Darius Smith, and they didn't start doing it until late at USC, where they started moving around as like a rush linebacker, and just have him sprint up the A gap. So I really would have liked Tooley at 86. I think if the Ravens wouldn't have had a corner they coveted, that would have been my pick. But go ahead.
I was gonna say I was pretty high on Tooley. He was productive. I mean, he was the guy who he was productive in terms of getting pressures consistently. He moved around a lot. You could play him over over the guard. Play him over the tackle, obviously. Good size, like kind of do that tweener kind of role. I think he's going to be a productive player in the NFL.
Good comment.
Good thing Hyatt wasn't in the green room if they had a day 2 green room, because bad teams must not believe in his change of direction at all and see him as a one-trick pony and a college player. But Tooley, just one word on him, extremely productive. I think 13.5 sacks, 22 tackle for losses. But he projects more as like a 4A player to me. Like, I'm not sure that translates to the NFL, but yeah, fun player to watch.
On the topic of Jalen Hyatt, I think the scheme, the gimmicky scheme's working against him, but he's a speed slot, but there's a lot of projection involved with him. And I really soured him later in the process. And apparently, it's just one trick pony in a way. And where's the value in that? I'm not quite sure.
I was going to note.
The Chiefs just moved up 8 picks. So
yeah, I was going to note. I think he's going to Kansas City. I think what we're talking about is going to go to Kansas City.
Trade went through 55 and 194 for 63, 122, and 249. That's the Lions and the Chiefs. So the Chiefs move up 8 picks. Interestingly enough, they underpaid by JJ significantly, like about 90%. So a good deal for the Chiefs by JJ.
Look at the Lions.
Not by the other charts. So.
Does that speak to the weakness of the class, you think?
Yes, As I was going to say the same thing. Hey, take our pick. We'll get a guy just the same.
If they're trading this year's picks, it really speaks to the flatness of the class as opposed to the weakness of the class. Yeah.
However you say it, man. Yeah, it's A lot of the same. So once we start getting into round 3, though, I think these guys will start sticking out as better than the guys that you'll like guys better, some better talent.
By the way, you're getting trolled here by Shrimp Trawler here. So
I love it. I love it. He's out there in Oregon, so I can make some jokes about the way things run out there in Oregon. I'm sure he could make some jokes about the way things go here in Baltimore. But Shrimp Trawler, Shrimp Boat. One of the most intelligent commenters. I've actually asked Shrimp Trawler to come on with us. Well, I wonder why you're so shy, bro. You got these opinions. Come on the show.
You're being called out. Called out, Shrimp Trawler.
I was gonna note real quick. If it isn't Hyatt, I think Downs. Downs also makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
So the KC model is really to assemble a depth of wide receiver 2, wide receiver 3 types, right? And I think it's been pretty effective. But of course, when you have Patrick Mahomes, that helps.
Yeah.
I mean, they could say goodbye to that and take Tillman. Just go for the X. But I mean, they got to go wide receiver. Anything else is like.
Yeah, I'd be shocked if it wasn't a wide receiver.
I think Tillman's a slight cut above in terms of what they need than the other two.
But you take Tillman over Hyatt?
No
way on my side.
From what they need, they already have so much speed. I mean, they could use someone a little more physical.
They lost Hardman and Juju off the receiving core, so you can go either way, I think.
I think Hyatt was Zerline's highest graded wide receiver on NFL.com.
He's my highest right now at number 5 on my list. So, and Tillman is 13th. I mean, some of these guys are still left. Tank Dell, Kayshon Boutte, Marvin Mims, Josh Downs, Tyler Scott, who'd be a real cheap, take the lid off. He's really more of a for the Ravens guy. I would take Tillman if I'm just about any other team. And Rashee Rice didn't go yet either, did he?
No.
No, he's still there.
Oh my.
Yeah, I'm pretty surprised that Jaden Reed went above some of these other prospects.
Yeah. The Packers do that. They're like, hey, let's go reach on someone.
I like Marvin Mims. I think he is.
I do too.
He's like he's going to be better in the pro game than he was in collegiate.
He reminds me a lot of Emmanuel Sanders. All right.
Wow.
Father-son deal.
Okay. Rashee Rice goes to the Chiefs from SMU.
He's
horrendous pick.
Catch point.
I hate
it. He's gonna get so drafted too in these dynasty startup like rookie drafts. Oh my god. Whatever.
I don't think he can get off press as easily as the other two, and for him to be 6 foot flat, I mean, this is just. I guess I'll trust Kansas City, but there's other guys that higher graded. I'm just not a fan of him.
They're going to use him like Juju, like they use Juju. He's going to be a power slot, I bet, for them.
So he was primarily back on the outside in 22 that I noted, but big problem with drops, 9 drops. And he's the most barbelled receiver you'll see. He has 18 deep catches, which led all wide receivers in college football in 2022. But he also had, let me get this right, I've got the number here, 35 screen catches for a whopping 203 yards, so 5.8 yards per reception on screen passes. That really pulled down his numbers a lot. His overall yards per target is only 8.6, but obviously there's some offensive specificity that went into that. I had him at number 11. We got our Yuri, and who else has an opinion on Rashee Rice?
Go ahead,
Alec. Oh man, I mean, I think it's a horrendous pick. Like, there's so many better wide receivers in my opinion. I really dislike his ability to separate. I don't think he's going to be able to win these contested catches in the NFL the same way. And it's pretty damning on Sky Moore. I really like Sky Moore a lot last year. I know Jason did too. And I mean, maybe not getting an opportunity to really shine. We'll see.
That's going to be okay. So Casey lines up in 11 with Kelsey and Tony on the outside and Sky Moore on the outside and Rice, and that's Hamilton's guy probably.
Tyreek Stevenson off the board of the Bears
Oh,
at
I'm
number
gonna cry.
56. I know a lot of people wanted him.
Mm.
It is definitely a corner off the board. And you know what? Even though he wasn't one of my top corners, he was, I think, about number 11 or 12 for me, 11. He's still a guy who can start the run or can force the run on some of these last corners. I am shocked that Ringo is still out there. I am absolutely shocked.
I thought he would go early, like mid-30s, early 40s.
So all I missed was
or,
Rice. I'm sorry, guys. All I missed was Rice and Stevenson, right?
yeah, that's all. No,
Okay,
just
thank
on Ringo, maybe he has medical or character that we don't know about. You know, that's the only explanation at this point.
How about
I
Tyreek
definitely
Stevenson?
saw some. Just Ringo, real quick, before we get to Stevenson. I've seen a lot of people think he needed a lot of work in terms of like just the cornerback technique. Like you see flashes, but like, and obviously the physical traits you like, but like I think there's some real concerns about like, is he going to be able to develop into that? And that's probably why he's dropping, because it's I mean, it could be off field stuff too, but you never know about that.
If I'm gonna guess, they got to be going to Tennessee wide receiver.
They need one, right? They've needed one for a while, haven't they?
Did they sign Chris Moore? I know they visited with him. I can't remember if they signed him or not, though. Ravens legend.
Okay, Schmidt from Minnesota off the board at number 57 to the Giants. A lot of people thought he'd be the first center taken in this draft, right?
I was one of those guys. I love John Michael Schmitz. I wouldn't even be surprised if he can move to left guard specifically. The way he's able to anchor down against bigger men is just really impressive. So his pass protection as a center is as good as it gets. When you want to compare it to Tyler Linderbaum from last year, he's a better pass protector than Linderbaum.
That is really setting the bar very low. It's a very low bar.
He was the top center last year. So if you want to compare like who people had as their top center to this year's, Schmitz is the opposite. In the past game, like I said, I think he can stick at guard and handle some of these big guys. Run game, though, there's no better than Linderbaum. So different types of players, but good player for Giants. Maybe they needed a receiver, though. I don't know. They seem like they are always hurting for receivers.
They're always just getting hurt.
Yeah. That's turf.
Yeah, coming up here, maybe. I mean, I guess the common mock was Buffalo going high at 27, so maybe they get him here at 59.
Well, we have the Cowboys at 58 just picking now, so.
It's Drew Pearson again, Cam. Get some theme music going on. He's going to insult everybody.
Just gotta be quiet. We're already out. We're already 2 hours in. Let's go. Here we go. You gotta hype up the Cowboys.
Oh yeah.
Oh my God, he's naming the whole front office of the Cowboys.
Drew's the kind of guy that's a long line in the store, and he goes and he finally gets there, and he wants to ask the cashier 20 questions before he makes his purchase.
in the 3 items or less line.
Yuck.
Another tight end. Actually, great news for the Ravens. Luke Schoonmaker of Michigan is gone.
Yeah, I thought that out of all the tight ends, and I wasn't looking at them, but I had to give one as my positional favorite. It was him. I don't like to pick that early, but a good combo tight end. We talk about one of the better blockers in this league. So I'm imagining that they're going to play more two tight ends. I don't know if Dalton Schultz is still there. Is he? Maybe somebody can correct me, but he's a good combo tight end.
Schultz is in Houston, Jason.
Yep.
Okay, so there you go. They got their Dalton Schultz replaces. I think he's a much better blocker than Dalton Schultz and not as good of a receiver if I had to compare the two.
He was number 8 on my list. And I want to hear what you have to say, Alec, because I know you had him higher than I did. But one of the things that bothered me about him as a receiver is I thought he really benefited from the RPOs they ran to get a lot of cheap receptions fairly close to the line of scrimmage. And I didn't actually get a yards per target number on him, but I'll look that up while Alec's giving us his notes on him.
Yeah, he definitely didn't get an opportunity to run a lot of different types of routes at Michigan. But what I did see was he was able to find space in the short areas, and I thought he was pretty effective at the stem of his route. I also like the fact that he's a pretty good blocker with a good first step, and those fundamentals already there. I think he'll be able to get immediate playing time. So I can definitely see him really filling out and becoming a highly usable tight end.
Yeah, there's a lot of talk about this tight end class being a good one. One of the strengths of this draft. I feel like it was a little top heavy to me. I feel like there's 3 that I really liked personally, and then after that it was kind of not as impressive. It's interesting to see them all go pretty highly. I mean, in the top 60 picks, we've seen 7 go now. 6.
I'm just stunned that Washington's not off the board. Like, what's wrong with him?
Yeah.
What do we not know?
I mean,
if he's there at 86, do you take him if you're the Ravens? Do you consider it?
I was going to say that. Greg Roman's going to come in
as
like
Charlie Kolar
man.
Talk about BPA. That would be the ultimate BPA, wouldn't it? You know what? The other thing that's, it's all another the 25 nuggets with the Hooker comment. So Hendon Hooker, Cedric Tillman, Jalen Hyatt. It's pretty obvious teams are penalizing that Tennessee offense that was so effective for just the way they were able to scheme things open for all 3 of those guys having such a successful year. It just tells you with the league. And it surprises me that not one out of 32 teams would have liked any of those players and thought, oh, well, despite the Tennessee scheme, this guy's good. We haven't seen it.
Well, haven't all the recent wide receivers of that scheme been like complete flops in the NFL?
Yes.
Outside of Gabe Davis.
He's not that good either.
Yeah, even he.
No, he's not that good.
Okay, well, flop means they're
You're right. He's not
Sure. Yeah.
He's not a
No,
flop.
I think return value on his pick is a 4th rounder, right? Gabe Davis was the 4th rounder, I believe, or 5th rounder even.
5th, I think. Yeah.
Just to zoom it out to a macro level, this is kind of seems to be a little bit of a weaker draft crop. I think that suits the Ravens. I think this is when DaCosta can go to his meat and potatoes, their institutional advantages and get a player that's going to be a long-term contributor at this next pick.
And maybe also, and they did not prove this 2 drafts ago when they drafted Ben Mason, but the draft of small school players is something I want to see back out of DaCosta. That was supposed to be what he brought to this job in terms of having that incredible structure in place to find those small school guys, find Zach Sealer. Zach Sealer and Gregory Sinat were drafted in the same year. Those are 2 very good chances, very good lottery tickets on small school players. And one of them really happened to work out. And the other one hung around the league for a while, tried to work out. I want to see more of that.
Yes, agreed.
Is UAB small enough of a school for you, Ken?
No, not really. I'm looking for North Dakota State and Ferris State and Grand Valley and places like that for them to get their players.
Yeah, Nickel State. Got to get those back.
There you go.
I think I saw another 5-tech coming out of Ferris State this year, but I may be wrong. But I thought I saw another 5-tech coming out of Ferris State.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I can't recall his name, but I think you're right.
What about San Jose State? San Jose State, is that small enough?
San Jose State is Mountain West, right?
Yeah.
Not small enough. That's a major. It's not Power 5, but it's still what we used to call Division 1.
One of my favorite running backs, Fred Jackson of the Buffalo Bills. Good player, man. Good player. Announcing this pick.
All right, Buffalo, do the right thing. Do the right thing.
I have a hunch that Cincinnati's going to take Washington. I thought they were going to do it last round, but they're going to do it this round now.
Any thoughts on the division rivals draft so far?
Steelers have a good draft.
Yeah, I think Pittsburgh's been good. Cleveland Yeah, I'm
It's
done
out
anything.
so
And
far.
Lights out.
yeah.
Did you see their Twitter though?
Yeah,
They got
that's
their
my favorite. The Ravens did it with Roquan. It's like
guy.
they got our guy, Deshaun
Okay.
Watson.
Great value for Buffalo, in my opinion. Osiris Torrance of Florida goes to Buffalo at number 59.
Good player.
That is good value.
Yeah, they needed to get stronger on that offensive line. They really did. I think being able to run the ball when everybody knows you want to run the ball and not having to – it'll take a lot of pressure off of Josh Allen. Good combo player as far as the strength and the size. People have problems with his quickness, but I think he translates well. He was other than Skoronski, he was my number one. I had him above Steve Avila. I thought he would have been a good fit for the Ravens.
So Dan, what did Buffalo give up to move up when they did in the first round? Do you recall what that was?
I can look. I'll
They
look
only
into
moved
what
up.
the trade
They
is.
only moved up 2 spots. So it's not. I don't think it's anything too significant.
4. If it's 2 spots, the same as last year, it probably was a 4.
Yeah.
Right.
All right, we need these picks to start rolling in, man. I don't like not having a second round pick.
I mean, to me, they're smoking, and we got 8 people to try and get involved. That's a hard thing with a pick every 3 minutes.
Yeah, you're right, Ken. They gave up the 130th pick, the 4th round. So,
all right, DJ Turner goes off the board. I know a lot of people upset about that. Is he the very fastest guy in the draft this year at 426?
426. Yep, that was the fastest.
So what does that mean matchup wise? I think pretty much what we've seen so far this draft is the teams that know what they're doing continue to do what they know. But Turner, how does that impact the Ravens matchup wise?
Yeah, I mean, he's the kind of guy that can stick with Zay Flowers. They're very similar, just opposite positions, but speed, quickness. Not much ball skills from DJ Turner, but I mean, when you can cover like he can, I'll take it. Makes a lot of plays, hustles, always on the backside of plays, trying to make plays. Yeah, I was high on him, man. I thought, like I said earlier, I think he could have fit as like an inside-outside type corner that could really erase somebody in a certain matchups. So, not happy seeing the Bengals get him, that's for sure.
You know what? I got to say something about Turner specifically against the Ravens. I think Zay Flowers actually matches up very well against him. I think the suddenness of Zay Flowers will work very well against a player like Turner, who's basically makeup speed. That's Turner's trait that he brings to the field above all other things. I think Flowers, it's going to be he'll lose him by more than the possible makeup out of the top of the route there. So hopefully we'll see some of that going on. Turner, much too small to really take on anybody else on the Ravens. Definitely not a press corner, very short arms. At 178 pounds at the combine anyway, he's not big enough for much. But he's got some decent press reps on tape that I watched. How did you guys see it, either Yuri or Jason, in terms of what he did when he pressed at Michigan?
Yeah, Ken, I was going to follow up, and you kind of took my thunder just a tiny bit. Someone like Zay Flowers being able to run comeback routes and have him kind of – he overcompensates a lot with his speed. Almost to the point where he overruns certain things. So I feel like someone like Zay Flowers who can gear down very quickly, I think that's a great matchup for us. I think on comebacks, curls, I think Zay Flowers will be pretty open, at least early on until he gets coached up and learns how to really get into this position. But in terms of press reps, I felt like there were some times where he got a little sloppy downfield, but there was other times where I felt like he showed some really nice in-phase reps, but they didn't come often. They really didn't come often. So you gotta like really with him. I think since he's a good fit, but in terms of a Ravens matchup standpoint, I think Zay Flowers is going to eat his lunch.
I guess I'd rather have Shrib Trawler be right and have Ringo go to the Eagles at number 62 than him go to the AFC if the Ravens aren't going to have a shot at him at 86.
That would be sick.
It'd be a wonderful value.
I'd be sick to my stomach.
Yeah.
The Eagles are just having this like Yeah.
Georgia defenders. That's weird.
You're gonna trade for Roquan next. Let's get every Georgia guy in there.
Roseman's right up there with DaCosta as far as, and Bean in Buffalo as far as the sharpest GMs, I think. They're just assembling, a defense stocked of former Bulldogs 5-stars. So, yeah, I'm glad they're in the NFC.
Apparently, Darnell Washington has a knee thing, and that's why he's falling. So, interesting tidbit.
Thanks, Kevin, because it's every year with that. Every year with that.
Some medical pops up somewhere. Didn't JOK have the heart thing that wasn't disclosed for a while, and he fell to the second? Yeah.
Yep.
Kevin Jenkins had, I'm going to say, a shoulder or a pec or something like that. He was sitting on the board. Sarah and I were calling for him for 2 rounds. He wasn't getting drafted because of it.
Last year it was Booth. Booth had a medical problem with the hamstring and it dropped him out of the first. So okay, circling back to why I asked Dan about Buffalo, what they traded. Them not going wide receiver for the first 2 picks, you have to start to wonder if there is a package kind of already set up with their 3rd round pick for Hopkins. Just a very far out thought, but I mean they haven't went wide receiver. They went tight end, they went guard. And you have to wonder if they flip 81 for a or something around there, but. That's my crazy thought in the back of the head.
I'm sorry, for who you're saying? For Detroit to trade for Hopkins?
No. For the Bills. That's why I asked Dan about what they gave up to move up to 25.
You don't think Kincaid and Hopkins maybe share a little bit of overlap there?
No, I think you're moving. You're expecting Hopkins to be primarily on the outside. I think Kincaid's your slot, and I think. Maybe they go 12 personnel and go Gabe Davis and Diggs, but
Raven Killer at the mic now, Ken.
Say again?
Raven Killer at the mic now, Mr. Fred Taylor.
Woof.
Okay, the picks get stranger. Tight end Brenton Strange, in fact, of Penn State. Unbelievable.
So many tight ends.
Selection at this point.
Yeah, and actually funny. He didn't pick my board because he's an H-back, fullback type tight end. He's Isaiah Likely. Poor man's, in my opinion, Isaiah Likely. Not somebody that you can count on the block at the line of scrimmage. So this is a great pick for the Ravens. That's one fewer player that they would target, both for talent and scheme-wise, fit-wise, everything. It's good to see him off the board.
I was going to point out real quick. I only went about 5 deep at tight end because I just figured we don't need it. Now I'm not wasting my time on it. But funny enough, you said Isaiah Likely. The first clip when I saw him running up on the TV, I'm like, wow, that looks a lot like Isaiah Likely running.
Yeah,
but go ahead.
Yeah, that was it. That's it. I'm just a redundant guy that we would have. We're like almost Tommy Tremble from at Carolina. Reminds me a little bit of him. Just a undersized H-back tight end type.
Well, I think Tremble was a superior prospect. 2nd year in a row, the biggest reach in the draft was surnamed Strange.
There you go, Cole Strange. Going to Brenton Strange, one thing I did see that said I kind of like him enough, and I ended up putting him as my number 10 tight end, was that he had good extended play looks. He did not really give up on the play, came back for the football. He was dealing with a quarterback who has limited everything pretty much with Clifford at Penn State, but he made some plays with him, and that to me was worth something on the extension there. Improved every year as a receiver, but his yards per target is still below 9.0 career. That's not a break point for a tight end. A lot of it's on who is the quarterback throwing to him, but he was just barely in my top 10 anyway. Not a complete dud.
So next pick, Ken, if you want to announce it, but this by far is the biggest reach I have on my board. I had him at 143, and this is something here. But go ahead, Ken.
It seems like they ran to the podium to do it because I'm still talking about the last one. But Juice Scruggs, the center of Penn State, is off next and going to the Texans.
I mean,
So-
if names count for anything, that's a Hall of Fame name right there.
Yeah.
Juice. Yeah.
Well, you remember the baseball player Razor Shines? So you don't. So the point is,
Yeah, you know, I remember one Juice. It didn't work out real well for one Juice, though, Gabe. Yeah, I guess I didn't stick the point with that. Mr. Scruggs, I was with Yuri. You know, if I was going to put him on my board, it would have been 130s, 140s, something like that. And being a center only, there was just no need for him to be listed among the players that I'm really looking at this year. So 2 good selections in a row for the Ravens there with a H-back tight end type and a pure center. So that's great.
Not only was it a reach, but they traded up to do that. That was the 62nd pick. They traded the 65th, the 188th, and the 230th pick all to move up 3 spots, which is about right, JJ. You know, it's a little bit because, again, those picks are meaningless. But still, 3 picks to move up 3 spots for some nobody center. So.
Wouldn't you love the Ravens to get a chance at a trade like that at 86? Where it's
Right, yeah.
Right.
Let's go. There we go.
You're telling me they really thought that center wasn't going to be there in 3 picks?
Right, I know. That's ridiculous.
All right. One of my guys just got taken.
Yeah.
Marvin Mims of Oklahoma at number 63. That's a bummer.
That was my guy too. One of my guys too.
Yeah.
Go ahead and talk about it.
Denver.
Hey, hold up. I'm just now thinking, did Emmanuel Sanders get drafted to Denver?
No,
Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh.
Okay. He played a significant amount in Denver, though.
So
Young
Mims,
man, it's showing your age, Yuri. Showing your age.
no kidding, right?
He and Antonio Brown were in the same class. Sanders was, I think, like a 3rd-round pick, and Brown was a 6th-round pick, I want to say.
Yeah.
And
Yep.
I think they wanted to give Sanders an extension, but he turned him down, and Brown got the extension instead, from what I can recall.
Well, look, I'll say this is mid career Emmanuel Sanders. So that's what the Broncos got. They didn't get the raw one; they got the mid career one. But I think this is a really good pick for them. It gives them a different skill set than what they have in Tim Patrick, Sutton. They have too many receivers now. They got Hamler, Sutton, Judy. This is,
I was just going to say that. Do you think this loosens their hold on a couple of those guys that they were looking to trade? Not that it really matters to the Ravens anymore, but
Maybe Hamler. I think Hamler.
So where do you fellas stack Denver, in the AFC? Because I mean, Wilson had a bad year last year, but who knows? If he can rebound with Sean Payton, they have a pretty solid defense. I think they're formidable. At least somebody to keep an eye on.
I'm just going to speak to Mims first before let everybody compose their thoughts about Denver. He's unbelievably treated as a raw player. And I know he's playing in the Big 12, but the guy had 13.5 yards per target. That's not yards per reception. That's yards per target. Put in context, he's actually at 13.54. The Ravens' record ever for a single season is 11.04. So that's 2.5 yards better. If you compare this to the really great receiving careers of all time, and that's his career, that's not just 2022. There just aren't more than 2 to 3 players all time who've been in his range of yards per target over the course of his career. And it showed up, in each year, he's pretty close to 20 yards per reception for folks that really look at that. 20.0 last year, 22.0 and 21 and 16.5 and 20. So he's doing it with a combination of a good reception percentage of 69.5 on what are generally longer targets. He'd been the perfect take the lid off guy for the Ravens. And he was the guy I thought, I didn't really think he would last to 86. I thought they'd have to trade down to get him, but I liked him, a lot in this class.
Yeah, the BU or the Big 12 OU stuff. You do, I guess, take that into consideration. Yuri says the worst thing you can do is scout the helmet. I feel him on that. I feel him. I've been there, and I've made that mistake before. Denzel Mims, the speed is just so easy. like he was one of those guys. I didn't care what he ran at the combine. If it was 4.46, well, he's faster than that. If it's 4.2, well, he's not as fast as that. When helmet pads, it's easy speed for or Marvin Mims. And then when I see him try to change directions, I see good. Like I think he can run the whole route tree. Maybe he needs to develop that play strength. That's the only knock on him. Some of these bigger corners are going to be able to knock him off track, but overall, man, you getting him a pick 63 or whatever it was. That's a great value.
Yeah, I don't know if you happen to see it, but there's a highlight out there I want everybody to go to watch if they can find it. Marvin Mims taking the back off the back of the Texas Tech corner. One of the most incredible, reached around both sides of the player, took the ball off his back and pulled it around. It was like Anquan Bolden on 3rd and 1 in the Super Bowl, except 5 times as good, in terms of being that sort of a special, once in a lifetime memorable catch. It wasn't just that, obviously, that I liked him for, but this is a guy who had outrageous production in college and somehow is still considered a project.
Yeah, I think he had another really phenomenal catch in the Texas game, right? There was a touchdown. They're coming back. That was 2021, I think. It was one of the highlight catches you'll ever see. He can make plays. I think where they got him, some of the wide receivers that went ahead of him, I think that's a really good value.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree with that. But Be More Wins has a astute comment in my view. That's in the Big 12. Look at the dramatic difference in yards per catch for Marquise at OU compared to the NFL. I will say the one thing I will downgrade from Power 5 is Big 12 defense. It's you could shave a little bit of yards per catch off of that.
I'm going to look up Marquise Brown right now, and we're gonna find out where he was.
All right, Bears coming up here.
Okay, Zach Pickens, defensive tackle from South Carolina, is off the board of the Bears at 64.
Yeah, like Zach Pickens. Looks like he is number 7 on my defensive line list. I think that the upside for Zach Pickens is very high. Saw him at the Senior Bowl. I thought he looked great. His power and quickness stands out. He's got the physical skills. It's just a lot of these defensive linemen, how they translate to the strength of the NFL is going to be key. So maybe it takes him a year or two to be able to be a full-time defensive lineman, but I think he can give you sub rushing right away.
They took Dexter, right? They were the team that took the Florida player.
Yeah,
so they got two tackles. It's interesting.
Yeah, in my eyes, I think that's a great pick for them, and I think we're a little bit of sanity is being restored to this draft after that run of just awful picks. I feel like these back-to-back picks have been really, really good picks. So the Bears are having a good draft. Tyreek Stevenson, Darnell Wright, Gavon Dexter, and Zach Pickens. I think that's if you walk out with those your top 4 players in the top 64, I think you're feeling all right.
It's interesting how these teams choose to build their depth charts in different ways and what positions they want to prioritize and which they want to potentially devalue a little bit. I'm glad I thought it might have been your boy Zach Harrison, who I also saw mocked. Your boy Yuri, I saw him mocked to the Ravens at 86 and maybe 1 or 2 mocks today. So similar prospect potentially.
I hope so. I mean, Zach Harrison's the pick. Let me get a my guy. Well, I mean, Cole was a my guy last year. Let me get another one. Let me get another one this year. And Zach Harrison, I'm going to stand up. I won't be sitting down when we get Zach Harrison. It really is interesting to see these wide receivers fall so far. Jalen Hyatt at 65 would be disgusting for Philly, though.
Yeah.
They need a slot.
And I think Josh Downs is the wide receiver to me, the best one available. But
no, I agree. I agree with that.
Yeah.
I'm a Tar Heel fan, so.
Yeah. Hyatt, you take Downs over Hyatt.
I would, yeah.
Yeah.
I would take Hyatt over Downs personally, but
Me too. Put me in Voss's camp on that.
Yeah.
I'm in that camp.
What do you say, Jason?
Yeah, I was a Hyatt guy. I thought that he fit better with the Ravens. I made a Ravens board. somebody take the top off. Down's more of a slot guy, maybe pigeonholed into the slot only. So yeah, I like Hyatt.
So dovetailing on that topic, what is it? What does it need, or what is your excitement level if the Ravens take a receiver, essentially throughout the remainder of the draft?
If they don't,
If they do,
I mean, I would look at defensive line. I would look at even edge, corner, of course. Yeah, and say, and even running back, and be like, I'd rather have one of them than a wide receiver, whatever, 5 or 6.
so essentially they have 5, right? And they probably want to carry 6 in a regular season. I think they have 5 locks, at least the way I see it, with Duvernay before Duvernay is, with Duvernay in the fold. So a 6 wouldn't be crazy to me, but I'm all about pass defense for the next few picks.
Yeah, in terms of their wideouts, I mean, to me, it was always like they had Bateman and Duvernay locked in. And then it was, I think, 2 veterans and 2 young guys, whether it was, I mean, they did Bateman and Duvernay plus now Beckham and Aguilar. But, I mean, you get Zay Flowers. I wouldn't be, like, mad if a wide receiver was taken. I think a corner at 86 is still where I'm going. But if it's a young guy, so if it's a later round pick, or if you just pick one of James Prochet or Tylan Wallace or one of these other players, a practice squad or even an undrafted guy, if you can reserve that last slot, I think for a young guy, I think that's what you go. And I think 6 is what I always default to in terms of what they're going to keep. I think 7 is too many, 5 is too little. 6 is right in that sweet spot for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm watching how this draft's fallen, and I would not be surprised at all if we get another wide receiver and if we draft it earlier than you guys are saying. I wouldn't even be shocked if it happens in the 3rd round. I don't think it's the best value right now, just given the needs on the team and the kind of players still on the board. But I see it happening. And I'm honestly wondering if they're a little kicking themselves about how everything's breaking down for not going corner in the 1st.
Well, maybe there was a string attached to the Lamar contract extension, and they made him some sort of promise that they'll get their guy if he's there.
Well, we didn't know he was going to be there, but he is a South Florida receiver. I don't know. To me, I definitely want to fill needs, but I feel like I just don't feel so hemmed in like I have in previous seasons because the Ravens open the void year can of worms and open the let's win now bucket, really. So I'd be okay with a BPA here because for that reason, especially.
Okay, comment here. I'm upset that Mims is off the board as late as he is and how much of a value he represents. But I would also be of the opinion that having Flowers, they're not going to draft another wide receiver at 86 here. So that would be my position on it regarding JR's question here.
Agreed. I mean, great value if they did. So I guess I couldn't complain. But yeah, there's a few other guys that are starting to really stand out for me on this board at corner. And of course, my guy Adetomiwa Adebawore is still on the board. So yeah, I'm kind of holding my breath now as we're into round 3 here.
Who are the top 5 corners on the board at this point, Jason?
Just got another pick off the board. Yeah.
Tyler Steen, who Cole has decided already is moving to guard because he announced him as a guard, even though he's up on the screen as a tackle.
Yeah. I had him as a tackle guard combo and a guy that was definitely draftable. I had him at 94 on my board. So someone the Ravens could have looked at possibly if they valued him more than I did. But yeah, he's a big guy. And I liked his combination of pass protection, run protection, see him play at left tackle. So another one of those guys you have to try to figure out where his position is and put him in the best spot to succeed. Obviously, he came out of Alabama. And they put up another pick, Ken?
Yeah, they did. They went back to back.
I'm sorry, did I miss one at 65 or something?
No, he's up there now, bro. Look at him.
There you go. Sidney Brown, safety, is taken at number 66. So he stayed at the microphone, didn't he? All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, they had back-to-back picks.
All right.
I
So
like seeing a lot. I think he's a really good pass protector. So I think that's good future proofing. What the Eagles kind of like doing, they like future proofing positions. So you look down the road at potentially Jurgens moving inside to center when Kelsey's out. Maybe you want to move Kickstein inside to guard, or you want to keep him out of tackle. I like it.
Ken, we talked about Sidney Brown a lot. Oh,
you
go
want to
ahead.
go first? I'll go second.
I was just going to say, I really like Sidney Brown. I think he's a good player. And to me, he was the second best safety in the class. So I think this is good value to get to play. I think he's going to be a starter. Like, he's probably somebody who's going to come in and start for you right away. So it's a good selection.
Got some conflicting numbers on Sidney Brown. He was my number 5 safety, and it is the second safety taken, unless I missed somebody, but it's Branch and him have been the two that have been taken so far. Good speed, of course, 50-year senior with 50 college games played. He's been a consistently lousy tackler in his career, 17.8% missed tackle rate. It's barely fluctuated from that. So not the guy you want as the last line of defense or necessarily as a run fit either. But he has some of those free safety traits, 49.6%, 49.6 passer rating against in his final year. But he also gave up 7.4 yards per target, which is kind of high. Does a really good job, I thought, of baiting the quarterback effectively in stride for stride play when he's in phase, and he finds the football well in man. But not a terrible pick by any means. I just liked other safeties better. I had the 3 safeties I had that ahead of him and after Branch are Jordan Battle, Ronnie Hickman of Ohio State, and Brandon Joseph of Notre Dame.
Yeah, Ken, I wanted to say real quick, I think that he was the 3rd safety because Washington went 1 at 47. I don't the names.
We just had another pick come off the board, so we'll announce it here. Is Drew Sanders, the second inside linebacker taken, I believe, out of Arkansas, goes to Denver at pick 67.
Yeah, a lot of people had Trenton Simpson higher than Drew Sanders, which I understand. But for me, Trenton Simpson was more of a weapon. They played him on the edge a lot. Drew Sanders is your typical linebacker. Is he somebody that can handle the point of attack and be a true Mike? I mean, that's a question for all guys who translate nowadays to the NFL. They all look like will linebackers to me. So Drew Sanders, though, excellent instincts, great head on his shoulders, does a little bit of everything at a high level as far as pass coverage, block shedding. I liked him in every aspect. He was actually my inside linebacker number 1 because I saw Trent Simpson is more of a gimmicky type player that you would have to move around.
Inside linebacker is such a hard position to transition to. I think it may have overtaken tight end as the hardest position to make the jump. I really do, because you're just putting so much conflict on every play.
So Sanders, he was my number 2 guy, but he comes with a host of problems. A very high missed tackle rate career, 18.6% for an inside linebacker. That's absurdly high. That requires correction. And he's really more of an off-ball pass rusher than he is a inside linebacker who's going to stand up against the run for you. Maybe he takes a limited role. Maybe he takes a different role in some sort of race car or NASCAR package. But he's not an ideal inside linebacker guy. Definitely gives you off-ball pressure rate is what he brought to the table.
I mean, he was a Bama recruit, right? He
at edge, right?
Defensive end, at edge at Bama. So then he could transition to an off-the-ball role at Arkansas. So he definitely has that pedigree.
He's got the size to be a good tackler. So it may just be a fundamentals thing that he has to figure it out. But it was a very weak inside linebacker class that I had to choose from all of the people who had various warts on them to have Sanders be number 2.
One interesting thing about the linebackers is there seems to be like a trend to being longer athletes now, like bigger. Mm-hmm. These guys are 6'4", like inside linebacker. You're basically looking at somebody who's used to be like a 6 foot, like kind of like height position, and you want that length, you want those wingspans, get in passing lanes. I think that's something that's important in today's NFL if you're going to have them out there on passing downs.
So I'm real quick. I'm a proponent in investing picks in premium skill sets. So I don't mind the Lions taking Jack Campbell. I don't mind Drew Sanders going. I think when you have someone like that that can potentially project as a Mike linebacker, I don't think that's flying around anymore in the modern NFL. You guys already hit on it, but it seems like everyone nowadays is like a safety almost converted to linebacker playing Will. So I don't mind those type of selections.
Yeah, Drew Sanders, much better athlete than Campbell. Range is one of the things to the sideline I don't think Campbell has. Drew Sanders can do that.
I don't deny that, but you know what? Campbell is so much better dropping and understanding what's going on behind him in zone coverage. I just love the way he uses his arms in that way in the game. I've seen more than that. And Campbell actually tackles people.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you go by PFF numbers. I go by my eyes, I go by my eyes.
You're not seeing tackles?
No, I'm not seeing him missing one out of every 5 tackles for sure. Not with Drew Sanders. No. I think if you showed each of us 10 tackles, was it a missed tackle or wasn't he even supposed to be there in the first place? We disagree on which ones. Probably at least 5 of them. So, when it comes to missed tackle, yards per target, I think is a better one than missed tackle rate. That to me is like pressures. What's a pressure and what's not?
There's too much subjectivity to it. I understand that. And PFF has a very tough standard for missed tackles. You miss around the ankle, and it just seems like an unfair mistake. It seems like I probably had a conversation 3 times this season with them about missed tackles for Ravens individually.
Mm-hmm. Drops, I think, is another hard one, Ken.
Yeah.
About like all of us could watch a play. And 5 of us would say that's a drop, and 5 of us would say, "Man, he didn't have hardly any chance. He was lucky to get a hand on it." So
very subjective.
What I see, I look at those numbers, and when there's like a huge difference, like Zay Flowers was one of those guys that had a high drop rate, I believe. And I watched him catch at the combine with his hands. I watched him, in the East-West Shrine and stuff like that, and that eased my concerns. But yeah, Sanders, when I saw the missed tackle rate and I watched the games, I was like, nah. I don't know what kind of tackles he's getting charged for. Okay,
there we go. Hendon Hooker is off the board. He goes to the Lions. The Lions wait, and they get a pretty good quarterback.
I guess that makes up for a lot of their devalue selections earlier.
Yeah, that makes up for all their picks. All their picks.
Imagine if they didn't throw away those first ones. It'd be looking nice.
There you go, Dan. There you go.
We just had this discussion last night about you can't cover one bad decision with a good one. And say, we did okay.
The trade details were, but they traded up for that, and I wouldn't be surprised if they paid a decent chunk
Hooker will be. He's 25 and a half years old, which is the big negative about him. Only Stetson Bennett is really older, I think, in this draft, or it's close. In fact, but 120.4 career college passer rating, and that's the NFL standard, not the college standard. So outstanding deep ball, really great touch. Did not look like much to me as a runner. How do you guys see Hooker as a runner?
I don't know. I think decent enough, functional mobility, but definitely not a threat to to really hurt you with his legs. He can get himself out of jams, 3rd and 12, maybe scramble for a long first down. But he's. I think he was drafted based on his arm and IQ.
Yeah, I think he's a lot like Dak, post-injury Dak. Just not super mobile, but can maybe get the job done here and there. But I think this is obviously Detroit's. Well, I like Sam Laporta, so I won't say it's their best pick, but I'll say it's their second best pick. I feel like this is it's really it does hurt a little bit that he's 25 and a half, and you already have golf. So, but you know what? It's a 3rd round pick. It's a dart throw. It's not. You're not selling the house for him.
Could work out. Could be Malik Willis. You never know. So
yeah.
Also, he's a quarterback, so the age thing doesn't really concern me. If he's good, he'll play, a decade plus, and if he's not good, he'll be gone in his first contract anyways.
I really like Hooker as a potential 1st round pick. He has that arm talent. I think just one of the better deep ball throwers in the class. Really, in the past couple of years, I think he throws a really nice deep ball, very accurate. He can kind of do it in a few different ways. You can, zip it in there. You can put a lot of air under too. So I think the offense hurt him just as much as the injury, probably. That's something that I think we're seeing with the wide receivers as well. NFL teams are aware of that type of gimmicky kind of thing and how it transitions. But so, I mean, the stats you take that with a grain of salt, but I think just looking at the arm and the ability to complete deep passes at that clip, that's something that's going to play in the NFL.
I wanted to say real quick, I'm really surprised we haven't seen any player for pick trades yet. I guess teams aren't selling and they rather move up.
Okay. Come on, Texans.
Oh. Only if Garnett was here.
Tank Dell is off the board at number 69 to the Texans.
Yeah, love Tank Dell. He's uncoverable within 5 to 10 yards. He'll get knocked for his size. He's an inch shorter than Hollywood Brown, and he's light. I mean, there's no doubt about it, but he's also lightning fast. What I would suggest to people, if they want to get an idea of what Tank Dell looks like, put it on the Senior Bowl and watch him next to other wide receivers work. And you can see why this man had almost 30 touchdowns, 30 if you can count his punt return. 30 touchdowns in the last 2 years. I think 17 last year. If it's 3rd and goal from the 5, 6, you might as well put 6 on the board because he's uncomfortable with his lateral quickness and his release off the line of scrimmage. So I love Tank Dell going to the Texans, kind of a wasteland down there, but a Houston guy stays in Houston.
I thought the better similar archetype was on the board with Josh Downs. I'm very low on Dell. I've been very vocal about that. That's why I said I was hoping Garnett would call him a midget. I wouldn't go that far, but I just think that I think if he gets kind of like with all those receivers that size, someone like Marlon Humphrey is gonna put him in a box. But he's not gonna be put in that position in the first place. At least you hope.
Right. He's not going to line up at X on the line of scrimmage. It's
a really good point, though, Yuri made, that Dell and Downs have a lot of similarities in terms of wiggle being really what they have at the top of the route, being the major part of their game. And I will say this, Dell held up very well under a very heavy workload, and I do like that about him. He's my number 10 guy.
We're starting to get to the point where the Ravens pick is, we want them to take players that we don't want. So Dell was, I was considering the composition of the current wide receiver room for the Ravens. I wasn't excited about Dell. So to me, that was a beneficial pick.
Yeah, any receiver, anything but corner right now is what I'm looking at. But
yeah,
definitely not receiver. I mean, definitely receivers welcome to go. About time we had a run on them too.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I was expecting a run maybe a little earlier. Just not the best receiver class. I think I said it earlier, but it's kind of like the coronavirus leap year draft class.
All right, pick is in. Byron Young of Alabama, interior defensive lineman. Go ahead, guys.
Yeah, the second best Byron Young in the class. Second best Byron Young in the class. That he gets drafted first. Versatile defensive tackle. I think that what works in his experience is he's a technician. He can win throughout the rep, which I like about him. But physically underwhelming. I wonder how that translates to the NFL. But you can move him around. He's an Alabama product, so that technical wizardry that he has is not surprising. Good player. I like Byron Young, the edge rusher, better.
Shed very well. He's got very long arms to do it with. Has some push-pull in his game. He's the kind of player that would give a center with shorter arms nightmares in terms of crossing the face of the guard, coming from 3-tech as the under on a stunt. I think he'd be outrageously good at that. So I did have him up there. I have him at number 8 of my defensive linemen, and there's only 2 left, and they're 2 guys that I know you have strong feelings about, and that is Siaki Ika, who I like out of Baylor, and Adebore out of Northwestern.
Yeah, Ika, pure nose tackle, so I was impressed about him. Adebore is the guy that I like. I also like Cameron Young is still out there. Colby Wooden's still out there. But those defensive tackles, man, it just seems like every year teams add to those big guys up front. Like they seem to almost never slip. Go ahead, Ken.
Yeah, we had the next draft pick coming, and it's one I really love. Kendre Miller out of TCU, my third ranked running back. I didn't think anybody else liked him, honestly, but he goes before a lot of the other speed backs that were out there that people really expected, like A-Chain and who were some of the other guys that were up there at the top. Abanikanda, Sean Tucker. I mean, Kendre Miller, not at the top of a lot of big-time lists, and I loved him. I saw runaway speed in terms of when he got to the secondary.
Yeah, Ken, we were talking before this started, and I think this is a great pick. I think Kamara potential suspension because that incident happened a little while ago. So I think this is a nice little hold you over, and I think this could be your future here. But I think he fits wonderful for what the Saints want to do.
I like this versatility. I like the fact that he could run between the tackles and also hit the edge and also run away from you. He brought a little bit of everything there for TCU. Nice back, man. We in a room full of nice backs. He was one of them for sure. Definitely like Kendre Miller.
Really love the possibility of him being a very light treadwear, by the way, too. Only 390 touches in 3 years of college. But I really love the option of him being something that would very well complement what Gus and JK bring. JK, that great one cutback runner. I think Miller gives you a little bit more of that outside speed. And he's not known for that. He's a 4.58 guy, like I'll say again, but he's much quicker than that if you watch him play on tape. His acceleration is better than that. He plays faster. For me, it's like I watch this happen, watch him run away from defensive backs, even in terms of long speed, and I say there's something wrong with that 4.58 time.
So we're on the screen. Should we do it around the horn? A couple guys we would all
sure.
cover.
Yeah. Hey, I'll start it off. I got the triple R's, man. Rush, Ricks, Ringo, in any order. I didn't even say it, and didn't put them in exact order, but Rush, Ringo, Ricks. There you go, buddy. There's three corners from big programs that would all do the trick here for the Ravens.
Dan?
Oh, I'll go last. You guys go ahead.
I like those guys. I'll say Adebore as well.
Oh, thank you.
I'll also add Byron Young, the Tennessee edge. If he's still on the board, I think he's value at this point. So that I think you want to impact. I mean, as Vass would say, you want to impact pass defense, right? You corner, edge defender. Those are your two spots that I would be targeting if the right player is there. That's where I'd want to go.
Well said. Well said. I'm with Jason. I'm not quite as high on Ricks, but the other two R's are definitely beaming lights at the top of my board right now.
I'll go next. Ringo's my number one guy. Rush would be a pretty far consolation prize. I even think about how you have to drop into the fourth round to be willing to take him. There just is not an edge guy I love enough right now. Andre Carter, Zach Harrison, they'd kind of be towards the top of my board right now in terms of edge guys, and I want a corner too badly. So I really hope it's Ringo, I'll just say.
Yeah, Ringo's for me. He's the number one guy. I like Rush. I'd definitely be okay with that. I guess Adebore would be my third. I mean, I definitely am still corner at 86, but I think you do get value with that. So, and I think edge it's a sneaky need. I think you need to add at some point in the draft, whether it's 86 or another. So, yeah, we'll see what happens. But I have to bounce out, guys. I got to get ready for 86. I appreciate Ken. Thank you for having me, Jason. And awesome to be on here. And I'll be listening while I get ready. So appreciate you guys.
Nice to meet you, Kevin.
You
Real
too,
nice
man. Thank you. All right.
Good
Peace out, guys.
Kevin.
Yeah.
Take care.
I'm gonna go a little unorthodox here. I'm gonna go Chandler Zavala, Blake Freeland. I'm gonna give you 5. Zach Harrison, Darius Rush, and the last one I will double with Andre Carter.
Did everybody go? I'll give a couple more edge rushers. Diaby has not gone yet, correct? Is that correct?
No. He's
And
still up there.
honestly, I think Isaiah McGuire out of Mizzou is a little bit of a sleeper of mine. So quick feet, a little bit upside.
What do you guys think of
Ken,
Clark
you're on mute,
Phillips?
buddy. Ken, you're on mute. Were you announcing the pick?
Yes. Garrett Williams of Syracuse is taken at pick number 72, which to me is a tremendous stretch. He had – I wanted to like this guy. Syracuse is my alma mater. So, this is a guy who's played with fantastic safeties, Cisco and Trill Williams, in 20 and 21. In 22, he allowed 12.0 yards per target. For his career, it's 8.7, so it's nothing special. To me, he just has not been good enough production-wise to justify a high pick. And I know a lot of people have him high. Crawford was on the show with me doing the corners, and he liked him a lot more than I did. And it was mostly trade space. He's talking about it. From a production standpoint, I'm just not seeing it, and I wanted to. He's a guy I want to like.
Yeah, Ken, to me, he was an outside cornerback to profile better in the slot, and I always worry about those guys from a change of direction and height standpoint when they get matched up against some bigger tight ends or bigger slots. And then, of course, he tore his knee up in October. So the tear in the knee up in October put him at the end of my board with the other injured guys. I didn't rank him, but I had him on the board as somebody who would be drafted.
Oh, okay. Actually, this just had a pick come off the board to the Giants. Jalen Hyatt goes at pick number 73. Great value for the Giants, but it does increase the chance that the Ravens can get a cornerback. So I guess the Ravens will be fortunate if there's some more wide receivers taken between now and 86.
Yeah, it looks like, 13 picks away now? Maybe that's counting 14. But Jalen Hyatt, I didn't see this coming. I mean, you think about Torrey Smith, okay, and the skill set he had, second-round pick. To have Jalen Hyatt go the beginning of the third, I guess, first third of the third round, kind of shocking to me with the kind of physical skills. And I wanted to throw this to you guys. I liked his hands. He had a couple of drops at the combine, but catching bombs downfield like that, never second catched it, used his hands, didn't have to use his body. So as a finisher downfield, I liked him.
Hey, so real quick, Ken, I was going to follow you up on Garrett Williams. I'm Garrett Williams' second biggest hater. I don't think the Ravens need someone that can be not an impact right away and kind of someone they need to ease in. I think they need someone that can go now. And that just Garrett Williams isn't that to me. He's a good prospect, but I just don't. The Ravens need a cornerback that can come in and start and go now. And of course, in the third round, you're go ahead.
Isn't that always true of anybody you're only getting for 4 years? Is you better get right away production. And to me, Garrett Williams, even if he was completely healthy, wouldn't have been good enough to justify a second-round pick. So I certainly don't want him in the third-round pick with the ACL cloud hanging over him.
Right, and it's not like Ojabo where he was a consensus 15 and then he just tore it out of nowhere. It's completely different situations. So I am beyond glad he went. If we took him at 86, I would have had I would have loved him eventually, but right now I've been pretty mad.
Yeah, so we have the Browns on the clock here, and it would just be heartbreaking if the Browns get back into the draft just in time to draft Ringo here.
Yeah.
Nope. Yeah. I knew where they were going. I knew exactly where they were going.
Cedric Tillman. That's a big receiver.
That's their fourth target now, or fifth after Njoku. They have a good-looking receiver core with DPJ and Cooper, and they traded for more. So, I think that's the name of the game at this point is you got to be 5 deep at receiver almost.
That hurts so much.
Yeah, Alec, go ahead. I know that's your guy.
It is my guy, and now I have to hope I'm wrong. I hate wanting to be wrong. Yeah, this is like Pickens all over again. Here we go.
Yeah, Tillman gutted it through a high ankle last year. So yeah, I had to go back and watch a lot of his 2021 tape, and it was better, I thought, than even his 2022 tape. And I didn't worry about him from a gimmicky standpoint. I thought second or third round would be about perfect for Tillman as a possession receiver, and somebody who could threaten you enough deep that you had to give him the respect that he could get open underneath, good enough feet, good enough wiggle, big enough body, and he knows how to use it. So I like Tillman. I think he translates well, and the options that Daz mentioned with Cooper and DPJ. I mean, they're all getting older too, Vaz. So they're going to need some young blood in that room, if not for this year. Somebody can help this year in case of injury and then into the future.
You mentioned the ankle injury, a big step back in production this last year, down to about 7.1 yards per target, but he's still at 9.7 for his career, which is very good. The Ravens only had, I think, 4 guys ever get to 10.0 yards per target at any receiving position. What I didn't really like about him, and this may have been a function of the ankle, and maybe you can tell me from his 21 tape more, guys, but I didn't see a great yak guy. Meaning a guy who had trouble breaking some tackles. Obviously, there are big issues with speed the last year in terms of him just not looking right and looking a little slow, particularly anytime he moved horizontally across the field. He looked like really slow in terms of getting to any sort of a corner to make a break upfield.
Yeah, he's going to break tackles with power. And, I suspect, that having a, ankle problem would zap some of that power and the amount of weight that you're willing to put on it when somebody's you're dragging somebody. So he's not going to make you miss with speed or quickness necessarily, but a kind of a combination of the two he can get out of your range enough to where you have to arm tackle him and he could break that, say, but he's not going to break your ankle or leave you in the dust or any of those things. So more of a power guy.
I think my concern with Tillman and honestly kind of the same with Mingo, kind of the most of the X's in this class, the separation skills didn't come out or weren't apparent to me on tape. Mingo is probably better, but they're more of a contested catch, Mingo at least. Tillman, he was playing in a wide open offense. He didn't get a lot of kind of press coverage. I don't know if his skill set translates as well to the NFL. I think as a possession guy, he can probably work. Maybe as a big slot type player. I don't see the explosiveness out of him. I don't think he's going to be great after catch, like you said, Ken. So it's getting him in the right offense with the right fit, I think, is going to be important. But he's not someone I think is going to be more than your wide receiver 3 to me.
Matt Wieters over here.
I think does he mean Mingo? I think if Monken is pounding the table, it presumably
Ringo, because
Mingo's gone, right?
Georgia.
Yeah, because Georgia, the Georgia connection. I don't know if an offensive coordinator is going to be pounding the table for a defensive player, but you never know.
So
good, Dan.
So I've got a little bit of a different spin from the list. I'm looking at the ESPN rankings of most likely to be picked in 86. Ringo is the top with 6%. After that, there's a guy you guys haven't talked about, Antonio Johnson. Interested to hear what you guys think about him.
Safety.
And then DeJuan Jones. And then they've got 2 wide receivers, Josh Downs and Tyler Scott, speed guys. So interested to hear what you guys think of those.
Yeah, Antonio Johnson, I don't see any need for him on this team. I would like DeJuan Jones. I would say that. I don't know he's kind of scaring me now because with his physical skills, he should go. Orlando Brown was a 3rd round pick, though. Maybe that says something about his size as the Falcons are announcing their pick here, Ken.
There we go. I will just say I feel the same way about Antonio Johnson. I had him all the way down at 11 among safeties, and it worried me because a lot of people have him in their top 3 or 4 or 5 safeties. I just didn't see it. The Texas A&M guy. Zach Harrison, edge from Ohio State, goes number 75.
Falcon. Those words that I'm not going to say, but what? Okay, so this was my guy. So when me and Voss were doing the edge rankings, we were looking at guys that can play on the outside and potentially reduce down to a 5 or 3 tech role. Yeah. He was, in my eyes, from what I saw on tape, I thought he played good enough in the run and threatened very well in the pass enough to be able to do that role very successfully early on. So he was my guy. He has these really long, he can long arm somebody. I think he was the perfect Calais Campbell replacement. If he was there at 86, I would have ran the card up. But the Falcons, they just stole my heart from me, really. I was really hoping he was going to be there at 86. But go ahead.
Jake, hope you haven't been waiting there for long. Jake, glad to have you back again tonight. Great long stint with us last night. Georgia fan. He's living the life right now.
What's up, Jake?
How you doing, boss? How's everybody doing? Gabe, I see you in there. Alec again. Dave. Daniel, sorry. Yuri. We got my man Jason in there, and of course Ken. So good to be back.
All right.
Dave's not here, man. Dave's not here.
Where did Dave go?
We cut him for cap consideration.
Kevin, we cut for cap consideration. Okay, now here's one of the really weird picks, and it's the Patriots. Marte Mapu, inside linebacker, Sacramento State, at number 76.
Yeah, small, fast guy. Didn't make my list. I'm looking for more of a blitzer, honestly, from my weak side linebacker in this draft. He's a kind of a safety type linebacker. Sacramento State, so small school guy. But there are a plethora, a lot of blitzing linebackers, inside linebackers with massive production. So like the Ivan Pace, the D Winners. There's a few more that I'm forgetting off the top of my head. So Mapu didn't make my list, but hey, hats off to whoever just drafted him.
We're 9 picks away, and Shrimp Trawler is asking for Jake's take on Keely Ringo. Trade up? Would you trade up for him, Jake?
Yeah, can you give us a balanced neutral take?
That's not happening. That's not happening.
So I think he's a good player for sure. I don't know if I would trade up 9 spots for him at this point. Maybe if you get into the range where he's about 3 spots from you and you're worried that somebody's going to take him. But right now, I think there's still a decent amount of good corners that I'm happy taking instead of him.
So,
yeah, go ahead.
Oh no, okay. I was gonna ask Dan. Dan, what are your thoughts on why player for trades are not happening? What are your thoughts on that?
I have no idea. I don't have a good answer. So, Ken, if you have a thought.
Well, I just have another draft pick to announce. The Rams just selected number 77, the other Byron Young, the edge from Tennessee.
The one with athleticism, the one with the most athleticism.
He's
high
fast.
upside guy, Ken. High upside
Fast
guy.
off
He's
the
still
edge.
got to prove it, but he's the type of person in the 3rd round I would take a shot with all day long, man. Nice player.
Didn't like him because of age. 25.
The Rams are
say-
crushing it right now, in my opinion.
To comment a little bit more on Ringo, I would say he's a nice size corner with tons of speed. I think he has the recovery speed that you're looking for. The main concern with him are the stiffness in his hips, and that has been dating back to like high school. Freaky athlete, obviously ran 4.3s. He has nice weight as well. He has good ball skills. Not Emmanuel Forbes level. There's nobody in this class that way, but as far as a corner you're getting in the 3rd round, I think you'd be pleasantly surprised with his ball skills if you're not familiar with Georgia. So, yeah. I also do think he would be a decent Ravens fit because a lot of people have floated out the idea maybe he converts to safety at the next level. And I think what he can do in like a cover 3 more zone type system with his eyes on the quarterback is something that might benefit him more at the next level.
Yeah, I agree very heavily with that, Jake. Cover 3. Cover 3 is the perfect scheme for him. But go ahead, Ken. Next pick.
Tucker Kraft, South Dakota State. One of the guys who really matters context. And if we're talking about what's a small enough school, here we are. In terms of,
Division 2.
That's
Division 2 kiddo.
That's 2 tight ends.
Yeah.
It's always
Musgrave and Kraft.
It's always the South Dakota State, North Dakota State always playing for the championship in the FCS.
Wow. Wait, that's the Packers' second tight end, right? You guys just said that?
Yeah.
They got the guy from Oregon State.
Musgrave and
Yep.
and Kraft now. I mean, that's once again the NFC. I don't think they want to win football games. I think they just want to like piss off other NFC teams. Like that's my only thought that I have. What's going on over there?
I love Tucker Kraft for the fact that he got the best of every contact at any time I saw him, which is what you want from a guy playing in Division II. Line of scrimmage, dominant. With the ball in his hands, dominant. Like everywhere, dominant. It kind of reminded me of like watching Kyle Duggar a couple of years ago, where you could tell he just didn't belong in that league with those guys. So Tucker Kraft, I think, is a guy that I would be willing to take a shot on. As the team from Indy just turned in a pick, Ken.
Oh, there we go. Josh Downs is off the board at number 79. That's
Man.
probably good for the Ravens at this point, but definitely
such a good player to fall that far, in my opinion.
Yeah, let
good value.
me basketball shoot this one. Let me represent North Carolina here. So obviously, you draft Anthony Richardson, you have Michael Pittman, but I don't think they really have a slot receiver like that since they lost Pascal a while back. So I think Josh Downs led all of college football in contested catch rate this year out of receivers. So this is really good value for them. As a Tar Heel fan, I wish him the best, and I really think that him and Anthony Richardson could be a very, very nice 1-2 duo in the next couple of years.
81%.
Don't forget Alec Pierce there.
What's up?
I just said don't forget Alec Pierce is there too, second year. That could be. I think that's a really nice trio right there.
Ken, what was the number you had?
81% overall catch rate. That's not a contested catch rate. This is overall catch rate.
Yeah.
Right.
It won't be able to duplicate that in the NFL. That would be at the I always forget the guy's name. The guy who played for the Saints and caught everything.
Michael Thomas.
Yeah.
Or Colston. I thought you said
It could be Colston as well, but Michael Thomas,
It's
I know.
Michael Thomas.
Yeah, when he was on his incredible streak of good play, he was catching everything.
so. Real quick around, we're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 picks away. College biases. I know Yuri's Carolina. Jake is Georgia. Ken is Notre Dame. I'm FSU. What about the rest of you?
I guess UCLA.
Nope.
The
I grew up
kind
in
of the
Maryland.
school for me, but yeah.
I don't think
Maryland
anyone's coming out of
basketball.
Hopkins.
Hopkins?
Yeah, I don't think they're going to have someone in the draft.
Dan, you went to Hopkins?
Yes, sir.
Who
What
do
the
you
hell?
represent?
Why are you talking to us? Good talk.
I ask myself that every day, Yuri.
Oh, Yuri, this is like the all PhD channel. You didn't really realize. Gabe's a PhD in microbiology. Do I have that right, or what is it?
Molecular, yeah.
Molecular biology. Sorry.
Also Hopkins alum too. Funny enough.
Well,
Rocket science tree is what I attribute to Gabe.
Who's your college team, Alec?
My college team, I mean UMBC, undefeated.
We're talking about football here, not basketball.
So as we get close to the pick, I have a small school guy for Ken because that's what he likes. Talk about so offensive lineman out of Old Dominion, Nick Saldiveri. Interesting player, tackle, could convert to guard, could be a need for the Ravens eventually. We'll see how the big guy transitions into his third year, but could be something that the Ravens look at here. It's they like their mid-round offensive linemen, so something to keep our eyes on maybe.
I like to add to that, Gabe, because I like him. But I have several ahead of Salvaderi. And Salvaderi played really well at the Senior Bowl. But another guy that I was looking at in that role was the kid from Maryland, Jalen Duncan. Tackle, looks like he'd project better to guard. Also like the person from Alabama, Emil Ekiyor. There are some decent guards. I'm almost wondering if we could wait to the fourth for that. But these cornerbacks, and is Darnell Washington still on this darn board?
Yep.
It's gotta be the knee. It's gotta be the knee, right?
I don't think they'll take him because of the injury. There's a lot of red flags out there, and I'm starting to see more of it. He's had.
What is the injury? Jake.
So he's had multiple foot injuries in college at Georgia, as well as I think there's a concern with his knee and shoulder. So he just has lots of things. During the football season this year, he got hurt and then came back to play in the national championship game. Maybe he played in the game against Ohio State as well. I can't remember. But he was banged up going into those games.
For such a big guy, too.
Yeah, that's part of the issue when you're 6'7", carrying 270 pounds. Injuries to your lower extremities is just more severe.
They're not even putting the pick in anymore. There we go. I was gonna say real quick on Washington. I'm a Kolar truther, so if we take him, I will throw something. But go ahead, the next pick.
Yeah, DJ Johnson off the board from Oregon. Just a really hot and cold player. Not somebody I thought that played with the consistency the Ravens would want. Sometimes he looked good, but you can tell he's a converted player. You can tell he's new to the position. So not somebody that I wanted to developmental when we got some guys that we could use to play right now.
Yeah, more importantly, that was the Steelers' pick. They traded down out of it, and that was Carolina that took it. So at least we don't have to see a Steelers guy steal someone we wanted or something like that. So
that's a good point.
They traded behind us now. So
here's the question I have for everyone. Well, Ken, did you have?
Oh, you're muted, Ken. Sorry.
No wonder. Okay, just to go back for Johnson for a second here. I still have several guys ahead of him. Andre Carter's the only guy still left on my top 11 of edge. But then Yasir Abdullah has not been taken yet, right? The Louisville guy?
No. He's
okay. So and KJ Henry of Clemson is still available. And correct. Isaiah McGuire of Missouri is still available.
My guy. McGuire is my guy. Yeah.
He'd be great to work with Chuck Smith. Boy, what an option to get a player who could improve.
Yeah, I was gonna say right now I really want Corey Trice. That's a player I really want the most. I feel like he athletically, even funny enough, me and Boss were talking to Dominique. Was Dominique Grant?
We had a Garnett, who's a friend of
Mm-hmm.
Ken and Jason's too. He had a little what do they call it? The Spaces, Twitter Spaces yesterday, and somehow we were just chopping it up with Antonio Cromartie for the first half hour of the draft. So go ahead. You were saying
So funny enough, we were looking at the closest RAS comps for Trice, and Antonio Cromartie popped up as the closest athletic inch by inch 40-yard dash. So I'm really salivating at that. You really can't get that type of size here and athleticism here in the third round. I like Ringo, but I think Trice intrigues me just a tiny bit more.
I'm just salivating over all these cornerbacks right here. I mean, this is
Darius Rush is still there, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep. That's the guy that I would predict.
That's my coming into. I woke up this morning wanting Darius Rush at 86. So if he gets there, we still have a few picks to go. But if he gets there and we get him, I'm gonna sleep good tonight for sure.
Rush over Ringo at 86. Are both available?
No, I have Ringo over Rush, but I'm. Either one would be awesome. If Ringo goes before here, I would still be very happy with Rush at 86.
Consolation prize, gotcha.
Yeah, I'm a Ringo, Rush, and Ricks.
I mean, something's probably going on with Ringo at this point, right? I mean, this is well out of his expected draft range.
Yeah, I definitely think he's fallen.
There might be some kind of medical something we don't know about, or once they start falling like a full round past what we think. I kind of say, well, maybe there's something behind the scenes we don't know about.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Ringo fits Seattle so well. So you guys might, whoever wants Ringo, might get their heart stolen a little bit here. In a second.
We're all talking about this, obviously, but boy, I mean, I think you outsmart yourself if you start worrying about why guys fall. I mean, does anybody really believe that Brian Branch's fall was justified in this draft, or? I'm trying to think of who else really dropped way more than we expected to, but there's several receivers who went for tremendous value here.
True.
Lately.
Yep.
This is like the longest
All right.
pick so far. Go ahead, Alec.
This is what I would do, guys. Looking at how the corners stacking up, go get Adebore at 86 if he's still there. Then go ahead and take your round 5 pick and trade up. Let's see, what would that be? 5. You get to like 115. I feel really good that another corner is going to be there, and then there you go. Like
right.
I'm just like I'm playing a numbers game now.
I don't know. Dangerous game until there's a run on corners in the board. Gets wiped out. You know.
Good news at pick 81 here. Ty Spears goes off the board. A two-lane running back. And a guy, a lot of people do like. He's a little bit lower on my board of running backs, but I still think he's a solid player here. But definitely, if you're the Ravens and you've got 5 picks to go until you really want to get your cornerback, I think you're at a point here where you're hoping anything but a cornerback gets drafted.
Sure,
yeah. And there's a question there about how McDonald would use Adebore. And I think it's simple. I think he could use him the way he used Calais Campbell. He could play 5, he could play 4, he could play 3. And, I think his running game or his run defense would translate faster than even Matabike's. When you look at just his long arm and his forearm, his quickness. I love Adebore. I think he screams Ravens. I think he screams a 3-4 type 2-gapping defender. And we've seen these like quicker defensive tackles go to the 4-3 teams. And Ravens have been fortunate that Adebore is still there at that point, at this point, because the rest of the guys really don't have pass rush upside. Adebore does. He was playing out of position at edge. I think he had like 5 sacks each of the last 2 years, playing as an oversized 280-pound edge. So, playing out of position. I love the way he translated. Loved his Senior Bowl. He could be our Calais, play our Calais role.
Oh. Tampa takes edge.
Ken, are you talking?
So, what is the record for number of mutes in one? Yaya Diaby of Louisville is the pick here.
Something about that guy. What a competitor. A nice blend of quickness and powers. It shows on his stunts, his gap shooting, his ability to stack and shed. And he was playing in a tough, is a hand in the dirt, playing a lot of that 3-3-5 mess where it's only 3 down linemen, 3 linebackers, 5 DBs. And, I thought his pad level would get high from time to time, but he is a hard charging guy. And somebody I remember telling Alec, Alec, I want to slide him up into that neck color so bad. And I just couldn't do it, but I like Yaya Diaby. He's the kind of guy that makes you feel good after you watch him. Like, yeah, you know what? That guy can play some ball.
Told you, man. You gotta just move him up. No one can stop you. You do whatever you want.
Somebody traded up to 83 here.
Dan, what you got?
Broncos.
Denver. So there was a name on a lot of lists that I've seen that you guys haven't been mentioning, and I wonder why. Riley Moss from Iowa. Too small? What do you guys think? Why isn't he on any of your lists?
Well, I don't want to say the elephant in the room, but
he's right there, Dan, for me. He's right there.
He's light on skills. Got it. Yeah.
Yeah, he's just light. Okay, he's just light. But no, he's a track guy. He's a 4-4 guy, plays faster than that. But Riley Moss, I actually have him ahead of Trice. I have him ahead of Corey Trice that people have been talking about. I worry about his change of direction, Dan. I don't see him as like the most fluid mover. He's got that track body, kind of like Duvernay does, where it just takes him a little while, a little bit clunky, but he's got all the makeup speed in the world. And he's physical tackler too, Riley Moss. So, if we took him up, hey, any kind of corner at this point, I'd be really, really happy with. And of course, Adebore, I think I would love to pick, but it would still scare me to death. We better have Marcus Peters ready to sign tomorrow.
Would you say that Moss has stiffer hips than Keely Ringo? Or?
No, Keely's is really stiff, but Keely's speed and his physicality is also way ahead of Moss's.
I wouldn't be surprised that Denver went Moss. That really fits what they like doing.
I think Keely's a rich man's Brandon Stevens. I think that's a reason.
Man. You know how to hurt a guy.
Rich man's a rich man's, not a. Yeah.
Still, you're saying he's just barely better than an overreached third round pick.
I think he has a similar athletic profile, and I think that he's got a lot of work to do technique wise, as Brandon did as well, coming transitioning positions.
Maybe
I will say, Keely Ringo was covering some of the best receivers typically that Georgia would face. So when he looks bad on tape, it's usually against a pretty good receiver. That's not really saying much. He's going to have to play against good guys at the next level. So, take it with a grain of salt. But, in 2021, when Kendrick was the number one corner, it really wasn't true. It was Ringo that was the best corner on Georgia's roster. And Kamari Lassiter was the best guy this year. So.
And Ringo played ahead of Stevenson 2 years ago. And I think that's notable. Don't get me wrong. I'm going to do backflips and cartwheels and try to pretend like I'm Brandon Stevens if we get Ringo at 86. The Ravens are going to win the draft. That is literally the A-plus type of pick. So we'll see.
Somebody gave the Ravens an A+++ for Flowers.
They always love the Ravens. Every year, I mean, they just give the Ravens a benefit of the doubt. It doesn't really matter. I think every draft they have A+, and then some actually are A+, and some are more like C+, but it is what it is.
I like this one.
I think that was Lamar, Ken. I think that was Lamar. They give A+.
There you go, Ken. There's your guy, Mark, right there.
And you're going to like it, damn it. If that is the general rule. If you've never heard of the guy before and the Ravens draft him, that's a very good thing.
Just like Ladarius Webb out of Nichols State.
Yep.
There you go, Dan. This pick's for you,
Moss goes to Denver at number 83, and it is
Good
getting
call.
incredible.
What a call. You called that pick, dude. Out of 100 guys on the board, he wasn't the top guy either. That was a good pick. That was a good call.
What can I say?
I was surprised that he ran whatever he ran at the 40, that it wasn't faster because he was a track guy. Maybe he's more of a 100 meters guy because I can kind of see him. I was talking to Dan about his change of direction being a little bit slow. But once he gets going, man, he gets going. Riley Moss, what did he run here? Looking it up.
445.
I think it was, 445.
He looked like closer to 4.3 guy to me.
Yeah.
I was expecting it. But yeah, nice pick. And like I said, tough player, I think, too. He'll tackle. He's not one of these track guys that just he's a football player.
Denver's having a nice little second and third round.
See him blowing people away on the hurdles there.
Miami's pick is in.
Oh, we're not tipping picks. Be careful.
Yeah.
I can't tip picks. You guys have been ahead of me all night, yesterday and today, so you don't have to worry about that. As far as my stream goes.
How's the weather down there?
Pretty good. It was a little rainy the past 2 days.
We got a rainy weekend up here.
Yep.
Okay, good pick. Devon A-Chain of Texas A&M. Definitely
running back.
A running back and a lot of different polarized views of him too, whether he's going to be great at the next level.
Yeah, he could be a 2 down back, and that could be it. Because of his size, but he's also got that 4.2 speed, which is hard to find with somebody with the ball in his hands and his change of direction. I would say the thing that moved him up my board was watching him in the LSU game working in small spaces, 3rd and goal from the 1, 4th and 1, those kind of downs. To see him run between the tackles and at his size, be able to get the first down, but really hard guy to square up. So I don't worry about him from a durability standpoint. I mean, running backs, they get banged up all the time, but he's not frail, and he's not afraid, and he can run between the tackles, and is a home run threat. So I like him. The only obvious problem is he's a guy that if you're asking him to pass protect at his size, it's not going to work out really well.
One thing I loved about him, I'll just be fairly quick about this, is that he had a lot of extended mesh points at Texas A&M, and they spent more time with the long mesh, and I'm like, boy, that would work really well with Lamar. So I put him up as high as 4th on my list, and that was a lot of it. The fumbles, by the way, they haven't shown up for him yet, but he has got all of the precursor components of this. Second effort back, lightweight, small hands. That's Terry Metcalf all over again. If you're a 1970s fan in football, as a guy who just could not hold on to the football.
Yeah,
I
we're here,
wanted to say,
Ken.
real quick. I love that every year those San Fran West Coast offenses just take a running back, and no matter what, the third round, they're like, you know what, whatever, let's do it.
All right. Well, the Ravens may get a chance at the corner because number 85 in, it goes to the Chargers.
Ringo right here, that's a dream come true. I mean,
Ringo or Rush. It's going to be somebody with the last name that starts with an R.
There you go, Jake. You're stealing my thunder, buddy. I'm Rick's. I'm going with Rick's. Too.
Yeah, I guess, and Rick's, yeah.
Henley goes to the Chargers, an inside linebacker, perfect positional
Dan,
non-loss.
Yep.
Anybody look like a trade back candidate unless you think Baltimore has already made a pick?
I was just curious about that.
Oh, I'm sure there's lots of people that would want to trade back. I have no idea.
Anybody that would want to trade up for one of these corners, or for another player that Baltimore would move back because they like.
I don't have a good list of who needs corners, but
did Minnesota take a corner? They took Addison. I mean, you could hold him hostage.
Important point here. With a 5-minute clock, the Ravens have taken the entire clock again. So they might have loved Zay Flowers, but they also thought they could get him cheaper and wanted to move down. That was pretty clear in that first round. Here they're down to 1:23. They still own the pick as of right now. So it almost seems like they're getting a consolation prize if they do pick.
DeCosta said he fielded calls to trade back, but he had Flowers so high above on his board that he didn't accept.
Why did he wait 9 minutes? So he fielded calls. He was waiting for a good offer. He didn't get a good enough offer.
No, I agree. No, of course. It's all relative.
Yeah.
Why is quarterback still a need on Mel Kiper's thing?
Backup. we can improve. We can improve that backup quarterback.
That's true.
We brought Huntley back.
I know. I think that we can still improve though.
Let Anthony Brown go play.
That's fine. Competition's good.
Yes, competition is good, especially in the secondary.
My bet is a non-quarter. My bet is a non-cornerback.
For sure.
Yeah, no, I agree with that, Dan. Dan, I'm with that. I think it's something random.
I'm going to go with Adebawore or DeJuan Jones. Those are my two guesses.
That'd be I wouldn't be real upset with DeJuan Jones.
My guess is Jordan Battle.
So if you take DeJuan Jones and Falele is left guard.
We're running down to 9 seconds here. What the fuck's going on?
Oh, we're on a commercial, right?
Yeah, we're on commercial.
As far as I can tell.
Pick is in. They turned it in with 5 seconds to go.
Yeah, it was 5 seconds left.
Oh, okay.
Ringo. Let's go, Ringo.
Yeah, I'm on board with that.
No.
Don't pick. Don't tip it.
Take him off the screen, Ken. But boot him out. Plus word, and he's celebrating early. Get him out of here. Yes, take care of him.
I didn't see it.
You want me to send somebody over there?
Yeah. I know you got the connections, man. I've been down your side of the way. I know the way it goes.
It's painful. Stupid commercials.
Oh,
always.
Pick is in for 10 minutes.
By the way, I like the Henley pick. Was my star guy at inside linebacker. A very good coverage player. Liked him, but can't think of anything else but who we're going to take right now.
This is such a pivotal pick.
I'm getting a cat food commercial right now. I don't want to see that.
I will say a pick that happened before I got on the stream was Jaden Reed, the guy that I really liked at wide receiver. I think I was higher than some, but apparently the NFL was a little bit high on him too.
I really think the Ravens go something unorthodox here. There hasn't been a player trade yet. Someone's got to get moved here.
I'm hoping that the unorthodox pick comes in the 5th round this year.
Well,
okay.
I don't want.
After this pick, we'll go around the horn, starting with Jason, then Yuri, and we'll go around.
Is that Tori?
Yep.
Second best wide receiver drafted in franchise history.
I think the Ravens do something really either dumb or
Yuri,
smart.
I'm going to mute you.
You me? I'm just saying, I haven't seen the pick.
Linebacker.
Oh my, Trenton Simpson at this point in the draft, an inside linebacker. Well,
somebody said that in the comments about 10 comments up, and that deserves some screen time.
hey guys, if you tip the pick there, we're really unhappy about it. I know there's guys from Miami and whatnot who are like 4 picks ahead of us in terms of what's being announced out there, and they're going with these super slow pick announcers. So please don't tip them. We all want the fun of seeing these.
No, I don't think I wasn't saying he tipped him. I think he predicted it.
He was next on the list of ESPN. I just didn't even want to read him because I didn't believe it. Oh, good God.
Okay, so hey, to me this says something big. It tells me that Patrick Queen is gone. It tells me
the same thing.
Ow.
When DaCosta was asked today, he said, "I'll give you an update date after the draft on Patrick Queen," which was pretty much the kiss of death. So Trenton Simpson, you've got a lot of the same qualities, but he's actually an edge rusher too. He had a lot of pressure off the edge. So he's somebody you can use kind of like Micah Parsons to start him inside at will maybe. And maybe you give somebody a breather later in the game who's not getting home, who's not having success on the edge. So a versatile player, you're talking about doing the things that Patrick Queen does. I mean, his scouting reports read almost like Patrick Queen's. But you're not taking them in the first round as a project. You're getting them in the third round and resetting the clock. So, yeah, I would have liked to have a corner. I would have liked to add a defensive lineman. But to me, this signals the beginning of the end of Patrick Queen in Baltimore. So everybody he has blocked on Twitter doesn't have to worry about it no more.
I would say the biggest question to you guys would be, does that mean Queen is getting traded this draft cycle for current 2023 picks, or you think it's going to be for a player or for next year picks? Because we're in the third round. It doesn't seem like the Ravens are getting a ton of value for him if it's not happening right now.
I mean, you might be able to get 2 picks. Somebody needs to turn off their microphone for their background noise here. I'm not sure who that is. It might be Yuri.
I would say keep an eye out on your phone. If it's anything like last year, the trade's about to come in, right? Like we made our pick. We revealed our hand, and now the trade's going to happen.
Well, I love to get a compensatory pick in this third round here as the exchange.
Hey, Voss, you remember what I said? Remember what I said before the draft that the Ravens are going to trade for a 49ers comp pick? I think it's coming up. I think it's coming up.
Well, you said that you think they're going to give Duvernay to them, right? Or was that somebody else?
But I guess we'll insert Queen in there now.
Okay, Jair Brown of Penn State goes to number 87 to San Francisco. Hold on, guys. We got some background noise here. Who's that coming from? Does anybody have their TV on too loud or anything? Anyway, want to go back to Trenton Simpson for something because I had a couple comments to make about him. Really high missed tackle rate. Not really high, but high for a linebacker at 13.3%. He got it all the way down to 11.7 in 2022. Not exactly what you want. He's a coverage linebacker. 5.4 yards per target is exceptional. Career only 5.6. So that's a lot better than Queen. Has some ability to drop back. You can really see on tape. Understands better what's going on between level 2 and level 3. To me, he's a guy who benefit from Zach Orr being his inside linebacker coach, a relatable guy who can tell him some things. Won't have any difficulty at all with his flat screen and wheel responsibilities. Anything that involves man coverage, he's also fine with. So needs to really be better at shedding blocks and making tackles. And that's a big part of the inside linebacker job. We've also Queen do very well next to Roquan with deficiencies there.
Yeah, the pure linebacking skills, again, the scraping down the line, the staying disciplined in your lane, staying in, keeping your responsibilities in check, being able to shack. I mean, dude, he's got 32-something inch arms. He's a long guy. He should be a better inside linebacker as far as being at the point of the attack when the run. But he's a run and chase guy. And Ken, some other thought as the next pick goes off, this tells me that maybe that they're going to be committed again to no dime backer, 2 inside linebackers all the time.
Tank Bigsby went off the board next to the Jaguars at number 88. So that's a running back. Obviously, probably still okay for the Ravens to see that at this point. Other comments on Simpson?
I think that Simpson, at this point in his career, is probably a better coverage player than Queen. Probably will, like the ceiling wise. Like I think Simpson has a higher ceiling in coverage than Queen does. So
yeah,
I don't mind the pick as long as Queen is sent to somewhere within the next half an hour. And we're back on the clock. But if he isn't, if we're holding on to Queen and Simpson's more of like a red shirt, have him come in here and there. I'm not too sure about that.
So a couple quick comments, and then I actually have to get going. But I think that this means that the Ravens like a lot of cornerbacks that are still on the board. So I think there's a lot of players that they like that I think they'll probably get one they think in the 4th round, maybe 5th round that is still rated very highly. But I think there's a chance that we might see some Sam as well from the linebacker here.
Good point.
I think there's a need potentially in that position for the Ravens defense. It could be a little bit of a Bowser type of 3rd down covering tight ends type thing. I don't know. I mean, we'll see. There might be some versatility there, and that's what I would hope. If they keep Queen, they kind of get that potential. You can play a little bit of edge if needed, but I do think Queen is probably on the trading block. I think that's pretty clear. I don't know if it's this draft or afterwards, but they're not going to keep him around much longer.
Mm-hmm.
I like the Sam point, Gabe. Cover, run, hit. I could see Trenton Simpson playing, giving Bowser a break, say, and a series at a time or something like that, and maybe pure passing situations, something to that, end of half type things.
That's one of the things that would really frustrate me if they got Simpson because they think they can use him in passing situations. To me, your third best coverage safety is always better than your second best coverage inside linebacker. And I don't care who you have, unless you have 2 Luke Kuechlys, because it just never works out that way otherwise. So I'd be frustrated if they got him specifically for passing downs. If they want his coverage skills on 1st and 2nd down and want to put him on the Sam side and have him replace Bowser for 15 snaps a game that are like that, that's a little bit more of a value proposition to me. But I want the option to get a safety on the field on 3rd down if we're going to be platooning.
I think that's a very good point, Ken. I question the value of taking an inside backer in the 3rd round after paying Roquan Smith. I mean, that's something Dan and I talked about earlier. You pay a guy that kind of money to elevate the guy beside him. So even if regardless of Queen or whether you're moving Queen or keeping Queen, if he can return some value as a Sam, I think that makes it a better pick. But not my favorite pick, to be honest. And I think it's pretty questionable. I really do.
Yeah,
well, hey, look, go ahead.
You go ahead. That's fine, Jason.
I was going to say, he got. I remember talking to Ken about this. He got a true 2nd round grade from me, so I like the player. I do. Like you said, his scouting reports reads a little more like Queen's, but he's got more pass rushing ability and a better in pass coverage. So you're talking about Queen, but better on 3rd downs. What I don't like about it is what Ken said. I would have loved to been able to match in a safety in that other spot. Like if Patrick Queen's going to go, one of the strengths of this team is the safety group. And you can find another safety even late in this draft. There's plenty of good ones. So I don't like the commitment. I was worried last year when Roquan came in, we were playing PQ and Roquan 100% of the time next to each other. And I was hoping that was just kind of a gentleman's agreement between, hey, Patrick Queen, stay happy, stay off of Twitter. Here's 100% of the snaps. But if we go 2 linebackers all the time, I don't think that's great for the defense, Ken.
Okay, Kobe Turner goes
Patrick
back from Wake Forest with number 89. I'm not even sure if I missed a pick at 88 here, rather.
You did. You missed Jair Brown, which I would have loved instead of just pick. Yeah, J.O. Brown. But also, PQ can't stay off Twitter. He tweeted sheesh.
Great.
Okay.
Somebody got to keep an eye on that for the rest of the night. Seriously.
I opened it up immediately after the pick.
What I
Send
was
him on
going
the
to
first plane
say,
to China. Get out of here.
what I was going to say about the PQ situation, or more so about the Trenton Simpson pick. Jason was already commenting. He had him as a second round grade. This was a guy that had been, kind of mocked in first rounds a while ago, and then more so a second round player. I think the Ravens were getting value here, even though it was not a position of need. And the comment I wanted to make about the linebacker position in general is I believe the players that are better
No, Jake, you're
coverage
doing good,
are
bro.
more valuable.
Right
Really,
at the, yeah. We just
You
lost
can't
you there
really
for a
get-
minute. Start over again
Oh,
from
sorry.
the beginning of that sentence. Yep.
I was saying that the linebackers that are better in coverage are more valuable than the guys that are more traditional. Get up on the guard and can shed those guys. So I think that's a good player for the Ravens. I think Roquan's kind of the best of both worlds, but maybe kind of leans more into the coverage type smaller linebacker, and Simpson is similar, but I prefer that over the downhill thumper in today's NFL, at least as a starting point.
And I think the Ravens can afford to have a second inside linebacker who's a good coverage, questionable run guy. So I'm fine with that. I just don't want to commit to Simpson for 3 downs at this point in his career. I think, I'm comfortable with a 2-down will.
Yep.
And if he grows into a 3-down thing, great. If he's that good, fantastic. But if he's not, I don't want to be committed to it.
So Ken, we just got our buddy.
That was my guy. Yeah.
Yeah, and he's a lot of people's guy, Ken, because he's a converted safety who plays like a safety in the box, Ken. I don't know if this was your analysis too, buddy, but he looked like a dime safety playing linebacker. His coverage was excellent. Like you say, all right, well, your third safety is always better than your whatever linebacker. Well, not with him, because he's like a converted safety who actually plays like a safety in the box. What Simpson gives you that he doesn't, though, is the pass rushing and the gap shooting in that thing. But Overshown, I bet you were high on him. I was high on him.
Yeah, I loved him, and I mean he does 2 things very well. First of all, he's like a lightning bolt and very well timed on the blitz. So I love that part about him. But unbelievable coverage guy, drops deeper than anybody. Clearly understands what's going on behind him because he moved up and converted from safety. Is he a 3-position change guy? Because there's one in this draft I know that went like tight end linebacker or tight end safety linebacker, but Overshown is not the guy, I don't think, but he's converted safety, 6.9 yards per target in his college career, 17 passes defensed on 118 targets, which is off the charts for an inside linebacker. You just don't see that many passes defensed. You see that many for a corner in that many targets. But the only guys in the NFL who have that kind of a rate of passes defensed per target are like Tremaine Edmonds, guys with enormous length and whatnot. Overshown has that. He's 6'3", 229. He looks bigger than that in some ways. He looks about like Hamilton. Hamilton probably has a little bit longer arms and is 6'4". But DeMarvion Overshown, really a large, hulking interior target to get the ball over.
They have someone that looks my age up there announcing the pick for the Bills.
I was just going to ask if that was Justin Bieber. So
Hey, we got to run, Ken. We got to run. We started the run.
We did start the run. So Dorian Williams of Tulane goes, another inside linebacker. I liked him a lot as well. Not as much as Overshown, but number 6 on my board. You want to talk about him first?
Go ahead, Ken. I'm updating my board here, buddy.
All right. Let me go right down to my notes on him then.
I had him right in my, he would be a good 5th, 6th round value type guy. 131 on my board. So, yeah, about a 6th round guy I'd be looking at for Dorian. A lot of potential, I thought. First team all AAC. I remember that about him. Missile. He was a missile in the open field and a personal foul waiting to happen at times.
He was the guy who I thought in this draft could make you a committed nickel team because of what he brings. He could be a guy who is that rare play the will for 2 downs, move to the mic on 3rd down. And some teams are willing to do that. Other teams want to keep their responsibilities really set. But I think Dorian Williams is one guy who could do it. 449, very long arms, 6'1", 228, It's mildly undersized in terms of the weight, but with running out 449, it looks like he could probably pick up a little bit and still be good. Did have some problems block shedding. And I guess Tulane is in the American Sun Belt. I always forget exactly where they are.
Yes, AAC, the American Athletic, I guess it's called.
Yep.
So,
I just want to jump in real quick. I gotta get going. Thanks for having me. Love doing this. It's been a lot of fun. So
you're the man, Gabe. You and
Gabe.
You guys have fun in Vegas.
All right, thanks. See y'all later.
See you, buddy.
Take care, buddy. I like to. I actually have to get to my editorial duties at Beatdown in a few minutes as well, but just want to make a point about asset allocation. So the Ravens now have a first-round pick in Patrick Queen, a second-round pick plus a cornerstone contract invested in Roquan Smith, a third-round pick in Harrison, and another third here. So comparing that to cornerback, where they have one first-round pick and a cornerstone contract to Humphrey, and then Stevens and Armour Davis and Pepe and a couple mid-round picks, I think that is worth noting at least.
Meaning that you don't feel like the Ravens have properly allocated to corner and particular enough draft capital.
Yes, correct. Do you agree with that?
I do. I mean, you could think of some of the draft capital, and they traded for Peters, who got a remarkable value at the time they got him, and that kind of put them off for a while of having to spend value at the position.
Sure.
But they're back to needing to spend it. I agree. This is the draft I would have liked to see it, and with Ringo on the board, he's still there, and who knows? So
maybe that's an opportunity to cash in the third wave of free agency. But I do think it's a noticeable distinction between what they've invested in certain position groups versus that one.
What do you guys think the Ravens could potentially do with Queen at this point in terms of trade? You think maybe this goes till tomorrow and they work out some deal with the team for a fourth-round pick this year and something next year? Or do you think that's the only value they would get at this point?
I mean, reading the tea leaves of DaCosta's presser comments yesterday, between the lines, she said, we'll talk about Patrick Queen at the end of the weekend. That made me think that they're trying to move him. But, again, some teams don't value that position. So maybe maybe he can't, and maybe he comes back.
And that's a typical DaCosta thing, because you don't want to tip your hand, but his first thing should have been, it's a comment it's a conversation I need to have with Patrick, and we'll have to figure out what's right for the player and the team, kind of thing. He shouldn't have said anything that would have said, yes, at time X, I'll tell you what's happening to Patrick Queen.
Yeah, that's what he said the first time, Ken, is I have to talk to PQ. Mm-hmm. And that didn't keep us quiet either. We were like, what do you got to tell PQ about? That he's still on the team? I think he knows that. What are you telling him? So with the fifth-year option question. So, yeah, man, it's a complicated situation. We got another pick off here, Ken.
Yeah, Wanya Morris of Oklahoma, the tackle, number 92. Lead us off.
Yeah, I had him in the developmental tackle frame. I believe that he was the one that hurt his hamstring at the combine. But I really like the way he moved in the open field. I think that he has a lot of work to do as far as his hand placement, but he's got the natural physical tools that you will want. Somebody I think could stick at left tackle. We were talking about those developmental tackles yesterday, Ken. Wanya Morris was the guy that I was thinking of, like right off the top of my head.
He was my favorite developmental tackle as well. It's a new age, I mean, this is transfer from Mississippi State to Oklahoma, and I don't know. Things are different these days, but I did like his length, and if the Ravens want to take a third round or a day 3 offensive tackle, I'm for it. I think that'll be a pick well spent.
35 and an 1/8 inch arms. That's rare in terms of length. It does not probably match the feet profile entirely, but we'll see. And that's what developmental tackles are. You try and latch on to some of the traits. does it feel a little pricey to take a developmental tackle and a pure developmental tackle where you're mostly, maybe buying up about a round and a half for that length only?
I don't know. They seem to have a pretty good team in Kansas City, like the kind that Patrick and Mahomes can carry it and they would be fine. And maybe they're able to take it earlier or feel more confident in themselves taking it earlier. But yeah, his length is rare. So maybe they really like him and think that he's maybe he doesn't think we're as developmental as we do, per se. Like, seems like the Ravens seem a lot more comfortable at cornerback than everybody else thinks they are. So maybe they like Brandon Stevens. Maybe they like Jalen Armour Davis, or maybe they got Marcus Peters on hold getting ready to come back. So who knows?
They have Peters and Yasin. Handshake deals with both, maybe.
Hopefully.
It's possible.
I want to say Wanya Morris had longer arms than Brown, but
Yes.
I'm not sure.
I'm putting it in there now.
Okay.
I'm wondering if DeJuan Jones hasn't went yet, right?
Nope.
Yeah, I feel like that was the better pick, but maybe he goes here to Pittsburgh.
What pick was Orlando Brown selected with? It was right around here, right? Wasn't it?
It was close to here.
And DeJuan Jones, to me, is a pretty darn similar prospect.
Yes.
So a couple things I'm reading about him are that I guess he didn't test. Is that right, Jones? And then some scouts were shocked by his weight, and he reportedly had awful attitude in the interviews. So,
Ooh.
not a power combo.
I like the awful attitude he showed in one-on-one drills at the Senior Bowl. I mean, it was nice. It wasn't Trevor Penning over the top, but you could tell he gave him a little, "What's up, Ken? What's up, Ken? I just threw you to the ground, Ken. What you gonna say, Ken?" That's kind of what I saw. Yeah, I like that, but not in the interviews, though. You would never do that again, would you?
Little hot sauce?
Yeah, a little extra, yeah.
Little hot sauce.
I waited 3 hours and 15 minutes for the Ravens to take an inside linebacker. Unbelievable.
Shit, tell me about
Okay.
it.
I want to respond to something. Alex, good point here. If you're looking at the positional things given by PFF, what that typically means is some running back moved out to the slot pre-snap or at the snap, and because the defense they had on the field, they moved the slot. It's not that they ever wanted to line him up in the slot naturally. They didn't put him on the field, Simpson saying, boy, we can play him in the slot, and he can line up against the other guy's slot receiver. It's a matter of where they go. I hate those positional things that PFF does, because it'll have Humphrey as a box player. What that usually means is there's motion who takes Humphrey through the box at the snap, and it's at the snap is when it's judged. So all I'd say is be careful with the PFF positional things, because they have some unintended consequences that go with them.
And Ken, watch the Wake Forest game for me, and you tell me if you don't see him lined up like on the edge to rush, as in a rush end. That's what shocked me, and I wasn't like overly impressed with like his rush end ability. By the way, Ken, we got
standing. Oh,
yeah, standing and facing the quarterback.
Come back to that in a second. Darnell Washington, tight end, taken at number 93. So finally, the wait is over. Seems like great value there. What do you think?
It is. It's fantastic. It's fantastic value. For whatever reason, Pittsburgh seems to love Georgia players, and they have for a while. Baltimore, not so much, but we got Roquan, so I just cling to that. Darnell Washington is coming into the NFL, in my opinion, as like a top 5 run blocker at the position. I think in his rookie contract, he will be a top 2, top 3 tight end in run blocking. So he doesn't have to get much better to be at that level. And he has, elite athleticism for his size, 6'7", 270 pounds. You watch him enough on tape, he catches bad passes. I'm not saying Stetson Bennett throws a ton of those, but he has the length to catch the ball away from his frame when it's low, when it's to the side, when it's behind him. So I think he is a little bit underrated as a receiver, even though he's not your typical Mark Andrews, Dalton Kincaid, slot type, flex him out type of tight end. So good value for the Steelers.
Gentlemen, I got to run. I really appreciate this. Ken, Jason, Dan, Yuri, Alec, Jacob, this is the best viewing party that I've enjoyed watching the Ravens draft in a while, and really appreciate it. I'm going to steal Jason's line, football is family.
All kinds of fun. Voss, hope you can join us tomorrow again, but if you can't, I understand.
One love. I'm a little tied up tomorrow, unfortunately, but yeah.
I was gonna say, go find some, go hang out with the ladies, maybe hang out with your kids, whatever you got going on. Don't come back here, bro.
It's Saturday. Boss is going to a strip club. That's the reason.
Hey.
I think Gabe left for the strip club, and I was about to give him some trouble because only 7:40 in the evenings. Those guys like to go early, I guess.
That's it. Really nice guys.
Another pick. Michael Wilson of Stanford goes to the Cardinals at number 94.
Great pick for that time. Michael Wilson goes from the Stanford Cardinal to the Arizona Cardinals. Got to get that right for all the Stanford people out there. Injuries was his concern. I want to say, Ken, 3 years cut short of injury without me looking at my notes. But he's the type of guy that can be a do-it-all receiver. He can be an X. He can be a Y. He can be a slot. He can play Z. He can take you deep. He showed a little bit of everything at the Senior Bowl. One thing I got picky on him about was his double catching. So I saw that even in practice.
Yeah, so I'm very high on Michael Wilson. I think he cracked my top 10. I think he was somewhere in the 7 to 10 range. But actually, I think I put him 6. I might have put him 6. I might have put him higher. But my comparison for him was Devontae Adams. And that's a very lofty comparison, but I think he is an incredible route runner. And I think, despite the injury, I think that pick right there, number 94, I think that's worth the gamble.
Alec, didn't you do some work on Wilson? Michael Wilson?
I did. Let me pull it up. My big thing with like wide receivers, what I was going to point out, is that I feel like, one of the podcasts I listen to talks about the wide receiver 3 and the infinite sadness for fantasy. And I kind of feel like that's how the evaluation eventually gets. It's like there's a bunch of guys and it matters on what you like. They're all kind of the same. As I like filibuster. Okay, Michael Wilson, hurt more than he's healthy, Senior Bowl standout, has the size that this class lacks. And a lot of people talk about Michael Thomas for a comp as well, but his hands were not as reliable. But a lot of his measurables are very similar, so you can see a path for him to be that kind of player.
4.58.40 was unimpressive. He's a physical receiver. I think he'd fit the Ravens in terms of being a guy who could block if you have him in there on first or second down to eat some snaps in that kind of way. Bengals selection is now being made here. He's unusual probably for a guy with his speed and his size that he can still sell the hitch pretty well. So I thought that was, go look vertical and sell and come back for the hitch. And if I don't need him to run every route, but I at least for a big physical receiver, I want to see vertical plus hitch, kind of like we saw at a Mason, who's not a big physical receiver, and be so effective with Flacco these years ago.
Yeah, that's route deception and craftiness to me, Ken. He has that. He can make you think he's going deep, even though he, doesn't really threaten you deep.
So Ken, I will say that I just forwarded over to you a 4-minute clip of a bunch of Simpson highlights, and you take highlights with a huge grain of salt, obviously, but just watching the first minute or two of that, he lined up in the slot, in the safety, on the line, well before any movement, pre-snap, he appears to be very versatile. So I will hold some judgment on the pick for myself until I hear about Patrick Queen, and also until I hear about where the Ravens actually want to use him. So
this, you're thinking this could be he moves to slot corner somehow, and the Ravens got a special idea in moving Hamilton to safety?
Yeah, something like, I don't know, or a Swiss Army knife that, I don't care what position you call him, he's going to be all over the place.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ken, I just wanted to say, Go ahead, Ken.
We got to announce the next pick here. Jordan Battle of Alabama to the Bengals. That's a
That's such a good
great
pick.
value for them at 95. That sucks.
Yep.
Hey, but on Trenton Simpson, think Micah Parsons. That's the way I'm thinking of it. He lines up on that edge and he rushes. Don't let that slot number fool you. He is there to rush the passer.
No, he's not. I just watched like 20 clips. He is dropping deep right coverage from slot into zone. Like he's there playing deep,
like a Sam linebacker.
Except he's going to the deep part of the zone. You're saying, Dan?
Yeah, he's lining 10 yards off the line of scrimmage and dropping deep right corner as the zone. Like he's playing safety. There were multiple snaps of him playing safety, like deep middle, and then coming up. Like so, he was all over the place in those limited clips I watched. So we'll see.
The thing I was going to bring up with Simpson is his RAS score. I don't know if you guys mentioned it, but he is an elite athlete. A 9.84 RAS, which is ranked 43rd out of 2,652 linebackers from 1987 to 2023.
Top 2%.
Yeah, I mean, ridiculous. He ran a 4.43. So I think this guy is definitely Patrick Queen fast, maybe faster. He had a 1.48 10-yard split. That is elite speed. A lot of wide receivers in this class didn't do better than that. So
as the Raz King, I approve. But good.
Yep.
That's the next pick here. Braddock Martin goes, and it's off screen already now.
Detroit.
Detroit. He's from Western Kentucky.
Defensive tackle.
Yep.
And
I didn't scout him too much, Ken.
I looked at him, and he's on my no list, I believe. And let me go back down to it here. Yeah, Broderick Martin, he's on my no list. He does have very long arms, plays 330, has a size to be a dominant nose tackle, no testing, 24 in May. That would have been a big problem for me. And intriguing day 3 pick is what I have on him, but he was not on my top. It would have been a lot. I've got 14 guys.
Hey, Ken, can you bring up Alex Rada on the comments there? Dane Brugler, obviously the draft beast guy.
I would say a couple other notes on the RAS while you're doing that. Simpson benched 25 times, which is really, really nice for 32.375 inch arm length. He had a 40.5 inch vert, which is pretty ridiculous. And he also has nice size hands, 10.25. So, I mean, as well as a 4.24 shuttle. I mean, you're talking about an elite athlete despite the position not being a top priority for us.
Yeah. Dane Brugler has him ranked 38th overall. So that's pretty good BPA.
Yeah, Dan, I just wanted to address Dane Brugler. He writes a draft mag called The Beast. Obviously, he watches way more film than I do. And if Dane agrees that he's edge rusher, linebacker hybrid in the mold of Michael Parsons, plays the nickel occasionally, that's the way I see it. Like, I know you watched a couple minutes of the highlights, but trust me, he lined up against Wake Forest and was rushing the quarterback more than anything else. Which surprised me when I would turn on the tape to watch an inside linebacker. So, he's going to be our joker piece. It looks like
I'll go ahead and read the summary from the Beast, if you guys don't mind, just real quick.
Sure, go ahead.
All right, here's a summary. A 2-year starter at Clemson, Simpson played both Will and Sam linebacker in defensive coordinator Wes Goodwin's 4-3 base scheme. The son of an Army Ranger, he was a hybrid performer for the Tigers, and the coaches relied on his versatility, using him as a nickel on one play and an edge rusher the next. An impressive size, speed athlete, Simpson plays physically to work off blockers and appears to be moving at a different gear than the rest of the pursuit, thanks to his short area bursts and acceleration. Though he plays with urgency, he must show better control as a tackler and improve his coverage awareness to lock down a full-time gig versus NFL skill players. Overall, Simpson must continue developing his play recognition to translate his immense talent into playmaking production but he is an active ball hunter with pursuit speed and appetite for contact to fill multiple roles. He projects best in a fast-flowing defense where he can be a run and hit backer and handle overhang responsibilities.
Mm. Yeah, and I think that fits Patrick Queen's old role perfect.
Sounds a lot like Patrick Queen.
Yeah.
Yeah,
to be
man.
honest.
Remember,
Dan-
I was saying this the first, like his scouting report that I made of him, like reads like Patrick Queen's. Like that's the kind of thing. The less thinking you do, the better. The more go and get them, the better for Trenton Simpson. And yeah, again, I thought he deserved a second round grade. Man, Kaylee Ringler's still on the board, man. Like what's happening with the corners here?
Dan, all I heard was son of an Army Ranger. No,
Yep,
that's
and
all I needed to
John Harbaugh, that is his guy. Guarantee it.
hear. Yeah.
Mhm.
Army Rangers don't have a saying like the Marines do. But
Next pick is in. It's Ricky Stromberg out of Arkansas to the Commanders.
that's so much like Case Roulier, the center that they currently have. That's like almost identical. So that's a nice little future proofing there.
Yeah,
I'll knock on wood, but there hasn't been a cornerback taken since we picked. So take that for what you will.
You just jinxed it.
I said I'll knock on wood. That's it.
Where's the wood? Where's the wood, Dan?
Right here. I got it.
What? I guess the Ravens are. I don't know. I mean, it is.
I don't think they're picking until tomorrow at this point.
Yeah.
Right.
But I
And
mean,
they just
like,
announced that they're doing the press conference soon.
Okay.
Oh, that usually is a pretty good indicator
Yeah.
they're done with the round.
Yeah, my issue is if they're looking to trade Patrick Queen, you kind of took away all your leverage too.
Yeah,
now
because you
everyone
have the bird in the hand, right?
Well, yeah, but now everyone knows you want to get rid of him. So
Yeah.
oh, that's a good pick.
Oh, that is a good value for them. Siaki Ika of Baylor goes to the Browns at number 98. Definitely one of the really good nose tackles in this draft.
I think
Yeah,
I had him in mock.
Nose tackle with some quickness too, Ken. I like the way he's able to shake side to side. It's pretty funny, man. It's like you don't expect a big guy with that much twitch, but he's got a little twitch to him too.
Absolutely terrible testing. 539 40, 499 shuttles, 780 3-cone. But the tape is excellent. And he's one of these other guys. Decent pass rush win rate. Most of it is by bull rush that I saw. Maybe you saw some other things, but I saw him pushing guys 4 yards into the backfield with some regularity in terms of stuff, Jason. He'd be an early down pocket compressor. Not his value, wouldn't have him on the field on third down, but definitely otherwise has that nose tackle look. He's carrying an extra spare tire around his belly. There's got to be a way to make that into more useful live weight, good weight, rather than just the extra tire that it looks like right now. And I thought he had a very good ability to shed in a timed manner again. Something I'd love to see that two gapping ability, obviously from the nose tackle, exactly what you want.
Yeah, him and Dalvin Tomlinson is an excellent both can two gap and just absolutely bull for Myles Garrett. I think that's okay. We have our first. I don't want to spoil the pick, but this is a very nice use of.
So number 99, Jake Moody goes to the 49ers. Jake Moody from Michigan. Kickers are people too, I'm sure, is what he's saying because he says it every year. But
yeah, if I remember correctly, I watched a few Michigan games this year, as well as the Michigan-Ohio State stuff, and he did stand out. Sometimes you're watching a college kicker and you're just like, this guy's going to be a pro. If I remember correctly, he was one of those few guys this year. But I didn't do any special team scouting. I don't know if you guys did.
Well, real quick, to follow back on the Simpson thing, I was told that the Rangers saying is Rangers lead the way. So Trenton Simpson leads the way. But in terms of this kicker that just went off the board, I got nothing besides his last name is Moody.
Yeah. Hey,
That's
guess if you got a good team like the 49ers and not much competition, you think you're a kicker away guy, maybe go for it. Just trying to paint the other side here. Just trying to paint
Yeah.
the other side. So.
I guess Robbie G's gonna have some real competition. He's probably out of a job.
I think he was signed somewhere else.
Oh, was he really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, you learn something new every day.
So any chance that Adebawore lasts to 124 or Ringo? Either of those.
Hey, there's so much we don't know about these guys. There's got to be a reason beyond just tape that both of those guys are still on the board because, a defensive lineman hard to find. We're seeing nose tackles go ahead of Adebawore. We're seeing kickers go ahead of Kaylee Ringo.
Kickers.
So, I mean, really, there's so much we don't know, and we're seeing that right now. So I would say, at least we got an answer for DeJuan Jones. Apparently, he rubbed teams the wrong way. But yeah, a lot of talent on there. You just wonder at this point if they're there, we're going to be able to take them. Like at this point, I don't know about you, Ken, but there's no such thing as passing on a guy way too high on my board. I always be like, well, there must be something wrong with Adebawore that I don't see. You know what I mean? There's no reason he should be dropping here. So I'm not going to get disappointed anymore.
Unless Ringo or Adebawore blew up a children's hospital, I don't get taking a kicker over them. But here we are.
Well, Jake was saying that you've heard more about a Ringo injury being a possibility and why he's dropping, right? Not a off-field thing.
I've heard a little bit about injury and not off the field. Other than that, just the tightness in his hips that has been something that's just been there for the player. And some coaches throughout the league have noticed that and kind of talked about it. Probably scouts more so than coaches, but when there's a strong issue like that, sometimes it really plummets a guy's draft stock.
Right. I just want to say, Jeremiah, I really appreciate having you on. All of the comments been fantastic. And if you're not commenting and you're holding back for any reason, please don't. There's just fantastic stuff coming across. It gives us this great basis of conversation. And Jeremiah, he is putting a line in the sand. He has stake in the ground, I'll say it, in terms of his views on Patrick Queen, which is interesting. He thinks the linebacker position in general is not valued highly enough now in the NFL. And that's cool. We want opposing viewpoints or different viewpoints, I'll just say, on that. And the stronger, the better in terms of that. Appreciate you, Jeremiah. Thanks for showing up and watching the draft with us.
He's the man. Jeremiah W., one of my favorite people to interact with in the comments. Anytime I drop a video, there's a good chance Jeremiah is going to be there. And I'm going to be able to go back and forth with him, man. So, Jeremiah, I really, really appreciate you. You and Shrimp Trawler coming through. Anand, I seen in here.
Did you see
so many people?
Shrimp Trawler asked, can Simpson, Queen, and Roquan be on the field at the same time?
Well,
sure, if they want to move Simpson to a slot corner, they can. Or you can move.
If they want to play 4-3 defense, yeah.
Right.
I think that's a race car package in just without race car personnel. It's just be a lot of speed rushing and not big guys rushing.
I mean, they could, they've played some strange packages in the past where that might make sense. The 2001 Ravens used Jamie Sharper in a 32 dime. They played just a little bit of that in 2021 as well, but 2001 they played it a good portion of the season, and it really they did very well with it. So it wouldn't surprise me if they come up with some new way of aligning that fits the personnel. And McDonald seems like he's doing a really good job with that. I think Wink did too, because Wink came up with all the extraordinary 4 outside linebacker race car packages while he was here and made them a huge part of their system.
Other than the Queen takes, I hear you, Jeremiah. I hear you. I just look, man. I said earlier, there's no reason to give Patrick Queen away. There's no reason. You just put them in there next to Roquan. You let them create the magic repeat the magic they created last year together. Just another wide receiver come off the board. But yeah, it just seems like the writing's on the wall, J-Dub. I think Patrick Queen don't want to be here. I think that's quite possible. So, I mean, we can want him here all we want, but if he wants to go somewhere and prove he's a middle linebacker, usually the Ravens are pretty generous on those kind of requests. So we'll just have to see.
So 2 things here. First of all, Trey Tucker from Cincinnati is at 101. And one thing I'll say about Patrick Queen is it wasn't this draft. It was last draft. he took himself off Twitter, all this Ravens stuff off Twitter at 1:04 a.m. in the morning, as reported by Kyle Barber of Baltimore Beatdown. He knew the exact time it had happened when Queen got upset with what was going in the draft last year. This has probably been hanging for a while. He's probably been asking, can we talk long-term deal? The Ravens are basically saying, I don't think we can yet. We need to see. And frankly, they have needed to see until the Lamar situation. So I think Patrick Queen has kind of boxed himself into a place here also. I don't think it's just the Ravens that have done something stupid to let Patrick Queen get this far into the draft without trading him before they drafted Trenton Simpson. I understand the frustration, I guess, but I also think part of it's on Patrick.
Yeah, I was gonna say real quick. I feel like with Queen, and something that I noted when in the Ravens press conferences, that they do want picks for next year's draft. I feel like they made that very paramount. So I wouldn't be surprised if they make a trade, maybe either during this draft or after it, for some sort of compensation next year. That would not surprise me at all.
Hey guys, before anybody else goes, just wanted to say for you guys, we're closing in on the final pick, getting turned in here. I just wanted to thank my guys. I did Michael Smith. I see you in here. Just so many people from Huddle It Up Films making these comments rock. And I know Ken loves that. You know how much I love it. I love you guys, man. I love you guys so much. Thanks for showing up and showing the support here when Ken and I are doing this collaboration, man. They say football is family all the time. It's just great to hear from you guys. I love you guys to death. Thank you.
Yeah, and let's not just say it's Ken and I. We've had great panels both days so far. Incredibly interactive, engaged panels. Enjoyed it so much. Alec, appreciate you staying up till now, 5:11 a.m. in the Netherlands, correct? Right there?
Yeah, I'm a little crazy.
You're going to be in trouble with the wife when you go upstairs. So if you're not in the room now?
No, she's right above me. This is the coolest house, by the way, in the Netherlands. It's very quaint. It has like all these like levels. It's kind of neat, but yeah, this house is kind of wild. But yeah, she probably can hear me.
So Alec, tell the wifey, who I've met before, very nice woman. Of course, she puts up with Alec. Whatever drugs that you're taking to stay up, don't take them on the plane.
Let's not talk about this. We're already in a bad area. Whatever drugs.
It's just coffee.
Hey, I said no. Say no to drugs, Ken. Say no to drugs.
We did not mention Cameron Latu, I believe, got taken by the 49ers, and the Vikings are about to make their pick.
Cameron Latu off my board on the just an honorable mention at tight end at number 11. Didn't really like him that much. And Alec, I know you weren't real high on him either, right?
Just a guy.
Okay, we get another cornerback off, and it's not a corner we've been talking about. Mekhi Blackman of USC.
I'm glad. I think that's a good pick. He played outside, but he's got slot characteristics. I think he's like a 4.48 guy, something like that. 5'10", 5'11". Again, I did not prioritize slot corners. I wanted the outside corners because of the flexibility the Ravens have in the slot. So that's a good, whether he turns out to be a good player or not, fit-wise, there are other corners that will fit better with this year's Ravens.
We got a new record holder for the most time disadvantaged. In Russia, it's 6:12 a.m. Thanks for joining us.
Whoa.
But I do want to say the world is a funny place right now, and it's easy to dislike the country, but remember, you don't hate the people. We're just having a little trouble with the politics here.
Hey man, I know Hexo's in my comments all the time. The people also sees Eric Zickafus in here. Mr. Katz, a mutual friend of Ken and I's, James Katz is in there. That's Jim 20 Eyes. Yeah, just love you guys so much as the draft wraps up here. And of course, all the people. I don't have to tell them, man. They know, all of them, to a man. Maybe Dan. I don't work with Dan too much, but.
All right, outstanding, guys. So we're done. We're done with 102 picks, 22 until the Ravens go. We're working on a short turnaround time for tomorrow, Jason. We got a big cast coming in, but not quite as big as we had today. So we should be snapping through the picks, and we probably do want a 6-person panel or even a 4-person panel for some of tomorrow, and that might do us well. We will at least be broadcasting through the Ravens' last pick. If it happens again like it did today, that the Ravens are announcing their press conference after their 6th-round pick, we won't try and hang on the air. But they might trade next year's 6th for a 7th, and they did that a few years ago. Forget who they traded for.
They did it for Michael Campanaro back in the day.
Back in the day.
I mean, consider it was a good while ago at this point.
It really was, yeah.
Outstanding, guys. So much having fun of you. Yuri, nice to meet you for the first time. And the rest of you guys, always a pleasure. Jason, anything else to say?
No, it's not nice to meet Yuri, Ken. It's okay to meet Yuri. It's decent.
Yes.
No, Yuri's great. Yuri's great. Yeah, I told you that, Ken. Love Yuri. Knows the draft, good sense of humor. I just want to say thank you to my football family. Love my football family, and we'll catch you tomorrow. Early turnaround, so we're going to get out of here.
One more comment. I did think Prochet was another one. They're saying Prochet might have been another trade up.
Well, he was a 6, so I don't think he's what I'm thinking about. It was a next year's 6 for this year's 7th that they did. Campanaro sounds right.
Yeah. I know Campanaro was one. I just couldn't remember if Prochet was.
Mm-hmm. The only other guy it might have been is Geno Stone, but I think Geno Stone they had the pick ready to go. Go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to give final thoughts here. 4 hours and 20 minutes. Hashtag 420. Although I do not celebrate. This was fun. Definitely a good panel. Obviously Jason, Alec, Jake, who joined us, Voss, Ken, and of course Dan. I love Dan. I would never trust Dan to run my football team, but if I want him to run my analytics department, I would let Dan go have at it. But I think the only disappointment I have is Dan will know that Dr. Disrespect did not announce his pick tonight. That was the only the only disappointment I had. But this was fun, man. 4 hours, second, third round is really where the draft is won and lost. So the Ravens obviously select Trent Simpson, and we'll see what the corresponding move is. But I think this was a lot of fun. I enjoyed myself, and yeah.
One more thing I'll ask for: make sure you give a subscribe and a like to, if you would, both YouTube channels, both mine and Jason's as well, and Huddle It Up Films. Once around on Twitter handles, since we can't see them on screen here. We've got @RealJakeVogel in the lower left here of the screen. We've got @Mr. Yuri, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And we've got @OneWinningPod. Raise your hand, damn it. I know you're tired. It's late there. @Huddle It Up Films, of course, and @DPReese8. And I'm at Ravens Film Study. We'd love to see you on Twitter. Love the conversation there as well. And hope you guys will be with us tomorrow. And we'll be signing off now. We'll see you in about a little less than 13 hours, about 12 and a half hours. We'll be back on. Good night, guys.
Love you, Dad. Football's
Go
family.
Ravens. Go Dogs.
See you guys.